have reached the voicemail box of
Kino.
Just wait for the tone. The person you're trying to reach is not available right now. If you need further assistance, enter pound now. Please leave your name, number, and a message after the tone. Goodbye.
artists isn't about appeasing the crowd. Rather, it's about tending to the broken parts inside of ourselves. We create things as a reflection of this struggle, to study our perception of self. Benwave isn't necessarily a thing you achieve. Rather, it is a state of mind which you constantly strive toward. This all comes from an understanding that ideas aren't static, but fluid, like water. Be like water.
felt that before. Ooh, everything is out of whack. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Whatever it may be, wherever you may be. Hold on one moment. Get this guy this correctly. Looks like a dump. On. There you, well, no, actually it's still facing down. How is everybody today? Yeah, we had some things going on around here, so there we go. Got a little bit better. Let me get out my magic brush and I can fix it. Well, I think this is the first time I've come on in a minute. There's so many people. I am so absolutely sorry that I am so late. So honestly, I had it all together, and then the dog is despondent. She's looking everywhere for the kids. She can't find them. Hello, Scooter, and thank you. Yes, right. Oh, really? Oh, wonderful. She'll be so happy to know that. She really will. Hello, Iffy. How are you? I see Lord Zephyrius out there. You see. And, oh my goodness. Is it, let me see. Good morning. Good morning, Schmid 12. How are you doing? Hi, Puling. I see you out there, and that's about as far as it lets me scroll back. So you'll have to shout out again in chat. Ooh. Man, and I have got, I think I am on the verge of a migraine. I can't seem to get the headache lift. It's the weirdest thing. And the poor dog, she literally came into the bathroom while I was getting ready and laid down on her little mat and started crying. I was like, oh, you is so sad the kids are gone. She's been playing. Oh, it's chilly down here. Hold on just a second. Hang on, I'll just read guys for just. We'll do that before we start painting. Hi, that guy, Joe. I don't. I think it's the box. Looks like an old gray long sleeve shirt. Hi, that guy, Joe. Good morning. For those of you that is morning, I know, and I'm actually really kind of late for the morning. So we took so much stuff off the desk. We had a total paint party with the kids, you guys. It was quite exciting. I'm going to be posting reports on that a little later if you keep an eye on my Instagram. You guys would be so impressed with how well they did. So yes, that was super exciting. Hammy's doing better. The report on Hammy is that she is doing better. She's having, again, another side effect to the antibiotics. And so we've pulled her from the antibiotics. But she is doing better. So they are helping. So there's that. And oh, look at all the colors we worked. I'm seriously, right? These guys had me in every color. This was 3 people. And we were in all the colors, we were all over the world with the colors. Oh, that guy, Joe, you know what? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate them. I wasn't exactly feeling like my regular technical Tuesday where I come in, you know, and I'm wearing my jeans and my t-shirt, you know, and that sort of a thing. Hi, Slay. How you doing? Yeah, whoa, man, I'm telling you, woo! This headache is like really, it's a killer. It's a killer, it is. He is going to be dropping into a meeting upstairs, but he's going to be keeping an eye on us, so. Hi, Wavy. How you doing? So you like Stitch, Joe? Sure, my palette's still staying fresh. I do love me some Stitch.
Where's the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom.
We're going to turn those down just a little. Oh my goodness, Zelius. Hi. How are you doing? Oh no, a glitter bomb. Oh no. You know who's going to be scraping up that glitter? Raven's Roost. Raven's Hobbies, rather. Hi, Sophie. How you doing? So yeah, we are back in action over here with the Technical Tuesday. I'm going to see about grabbing a few things, maybe. I don't know if I have anything that needs basing, but I'm thinking about grabbing a couple of things and getting maybe a few details slapped on. I've got some squigs that need to be completed, but I thought maybe we'd just kind of get together and make it a let's see what we can get done kind of day. You know, I was going to work on this guy, but oh, I feel like the ship is a rockin', let me tell you what. What are you up to, Sophie? I haven't seen you in a minute. How are things? Oh my, well, you know, there was a lot of people. It was really good to see family. It really was. It was super good to see family. What I can say is that the one thing that is a super advantage was all the work that we had to do the week prior to them coming in. You know, we had to rearrange some things because, you know, it kids and craft house and more people and getting things put away and moved out of the way. You know, I mean, Peek and I used the breakfast bar most of the time, so we had to make the dining room table had like artwork on it and everything. So we had to just go through and we had to clear that whole storage room to make a nice place for the kids. I took pictures so you guys could see it. I did not take pictures before because I was embarrassed. It was a wreck, but it was really good family. And now the house is all in order, and so we don't have as much to do to get the house in order. Oh, that sounds so good, Zelius. I'm so happy to see you here. I hope you're doing well. Oh, it's yours now. Well, the crow's nest has always been yours, Zelius. That's what most of the fights are on. What most of your fights are about is dominance of the crow's nest. But I fear that Midnight Terror, Feathered Phoenix, and even Raven's Hobbies are not here, so you've got the whole place to yourself. Sophie just finished her day job, so she's home to relax. Oh, that is so good. I know, right? I know. I'll tell you something else, Dave. I had the most amazing class with the kids. So the 9-year-old didn't do the class, but the 10-year-old and the 6-year-old did. And you guys, OMG, that was their first minis ever. And they are amazing. And their mom joined them, and she did her first mini ever too. So I think I have some more students. It looks like the 10-year-old completely addicted, 100% hooked. Like she was just like, she just can't wait to do it again. She said that in all the things she's created in her life, that was definitely her favorite thing she'd ever done. So that's a really, really cool feeling. Oh, bring the mic closer. I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. What is it doing all the way up? Oh, we probably moved it so nobody's head hit it while they were looking at it. Okay. Oh. Well, no, actually, and you want to know something else, that guy, Joe? So they cried. The two older ones, actually. The middle one, the boy, was just like gaming with the guys, and he was so invested. Barnacle Bay, Dave. He loved Barnacle Bay, so definitely I'm going to be playing Barnacle Bay. He told me I was really going to like it, and it's not that hard. And he cried when he cried the night they had to go to bed when they couldn't finish the Barnacle Bay game. But then he came around. He's a lot like your captain, very emotional, moved by things. And then when it came time to go, he wasn't really into the leaving part. Neither was the 11-year-old. And although I think it was nice that they're going to visit other family, the really cool thing, I mean, it feels good to know that they liked it here so much. They do in Washington, that guy Joe. So we are in Ohio and they are in Washington. So yeah, but I feel too like the good news is it really worked out well. Like them being here was not even seriously, the house does not look any different with them leaving. Like it's the first guests I've had in a while that left the house all nice, just like when they got here. It was a really good feeling, and those are really good kids. They clean up after themselves and everything, so it was amazing. Yeah, we used to live out that way, Joe. We used to live out that way. When Geek was in the military, he lived out that way, so we have lots of family out there actually. So we are probably going to be going to Washington before they come back this way. Oh, is it right now? Is the mic correct, you guys? Have we got the mic working the way you want it happening? So it was a really good, and then my dad's, my stepmom, my dad's wife came out, and we were able to have a couple of good talks, and I think that was really good for probably for both of us. I felt like more so for her than me, but in my case, I really want to make. Where's that head? All right, so there we go. I should probably put gloves on. See what we have going on with all the little pieces. So what are you working on today? Let's see. Who's working on what today? Do tell me. And although I don't want to go through a whole love gallery, guys, it's okay. And so if you guys would like, I brought, Geek has the, he has the internet up here, so that if you guys want that, I would love to look at what you're working on, because I have not, so this particular time off, I had no time for Instagram. I popped into Discord a little bit to check on a few people, but for the most part, I haven't had, a lot of time for that. So I would love to see what you're working on if you guys want to share it in the chat. And let's see what I'm going to work on. Oh, you know what I should work on today? What about these antique guys? Because I think that would be something that probably wouldn't take too much rain, as the head is really whopping. Like, whoa. Hang on, let me. So yeah, the family time was really good, you guys. I made them beef stroganoff the first night, and then the second, the guys fired up the grill and made some really delicious gourmet burgers. So that was really great. They were absolutely delicious. And they loved the beef stroganoff. Oh my gosh, that 6-year-old ate that beef stroganoff like she hadn't eaten days. She snarfed it. She didn't even eat it, you guys. So let me confirm. Let's see what I've got over here that may need. So I've got mostly squigs that are kind of like at the halfway done point. Let me take a peek in the working on bucket too. And then, of course, we have the, I didn't want to work on the chibis today, but those do need to be put on their base. And also, we have all the Star Wars guys. But Star Wars being so popular, I always like to throw out there a little bit that I'm working Star Wars crowd. So let's see what all there is. Hello, Pink. How are you? I just want to see if I have any left on a face and get a little basing. You guys, this horrible basing supplies we got from a company. No, it looks like I have mostly pretty intense stuff in here. Like I've got a creature caster, I've got Abaddon that I'm working on. I have got Captain Steady. But that's a chibi, and I want to make sure to put out there that I'm working on it. So I feel like Scooter, if you're out there, I'm gonna finish I'm gonna work on the Captain Chibi. A couple of things. I think we can do some distressed leather. Wow, there is a lot of red in this one. My face doesn't look sunburned. It doesn't to me. But this one right here, because her hair looks pretty red. Hello, Maidens Minis. Oh my goodness. Hi from the UK. We did, Remaged? Did I get it right? We did have a great cookout. We did. And the kids were so they got to, so the weather was beautiful. The kids, after traveling all that time in the car, they got to go out in the yard and play in the sprinkler. And man, did they burn off some very respectable energy. So that was super good for them. Oh, and Hammy just loved having the kids. Maidens Minis. I do not know. Oh, I left two guys out. That's okay. We won't work. These guys could just hang out over here. Oh my goodness. You know what? I changed hours on Tuesday, Ruth. I changed hours. So I used to do later in the day. You're from the UK, right, Ruth? And so now I made it, we're normally 10 to 2 on Tuesday. Today I had to start late because I believe that I'm generally, that's kind of, which are my googly eyes are. Yeah, that was something. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a minute. And Maidens Minis, I don't know that I see you in here very often at all. Are we following each other, my dear? Kraken, hi! I see you pop in there. How are you doing, Kraken? Are you still cranking out the mini? We're talking about you the other day, actual session with the parents. Dave, it's nice to have you here. Hatter, I missed you. Hi, mate. How are things? I hope you guys are all out there. I hope you guys got the opportunity to paint a whole lot while I was gone. I did not start high. It's nice to see you out there. Use your wood. Hello. Use your wood. You got my email, right? With all the information in it. And you got everything is clear. We're clear, right? Are we good? I hope we got okay, great. Perfect. Wow, you have practically no delay on your chat at all. Oh, you've lurked. Oh, thank you so much, Maidens. Hello, Green. How are you? How are you doing? My fabulous, colorful friend. Oh my goodness. You know, you don't need to do that giveaway, Green. Send it to me. It's okay. Everybody does it. Oh, that's wonderful. Yes, on Tuesdays, that's what we do, you guys. If you'd like to share some work that you've been working on, Green, you want to share your giveaway? You guys are not going to believe. You're not even, is it green? Is it green? Wait a minute. It's not. It's, I think it's Joe Skynet. Gosh, I believe. Green created a colorful piece recently, and I got the two of you guys confused. No, Ruth, I do. I remember the name. Risag. I remember the name. Ron's, good morning. About you. Yes, let me see. Let me double check on that. So, get some. Oh, there's Kraken. Okay, I'm gonna bring that up so I can take a peek at it. Look at your blending. Kraken, who are you hanging out with? Your captain's been gone for a week. Look at that purple blending. Oh my goodness. You are getting so good, so fast, Kraken. Yes. Where are you hanging out? Or did you get that from hanging out in here? Did you get that from hanging out in here, Kraken? Yeah, yes. Yeah. You got it. You got it. You just need to pump a little more volume into the shadows, but save your shadows and then glaze them in, and you'll get them. It'll be deeper, and also you won't overshadow. Hi, Staz. How you doing? Right, really good job on the blends you did, Kraken. Good. I'm proud of you. It looks spectacular, and I love purple. So I can treat you a trick on the shadows so that you can get that boom. But your highlights right now your highlights are at a really good level on fabric, right? You're doing fabric. Really good level on your highlights. So if you don't highlight anymore and you just bring those shadows down in deep, something like an ink, even a wash, if you've got like any one of the air colors by, I know you're in the UK area, I think. So any of the air colors by GW, any of the washes by GW, Army Painter, purple, Drucci, it's a wash. And glaze those shadows in those low points. Start really thin, and then make it to where when you get into that recess, you're using the full volume of it and layering it until it'll just pop. Your highlights right now are perfection. So if you go down on your shadows, then it's gonna just be like, whoa, boom. Oh, for some reason, I'm sorry, my messages weren't keeping up, guys. Oh, I am excited. Okay, so we're doing a lot of that actually right now, looking at a lot of that, Rusug. We are looking at, like digital drawings, and Bronze does every kind of drawing. And I was thinking about her the other day. You got perfect, Kraken, perfect. Drucci Violet is the one. Absolutely. I wonder if we have anything we can put some Drucci Violet on. If we had something we could put some Drucci Violet on, I could so totally knock, because purples. I love to paint with purple. Everything to paint with purple. I just love to paint with it. I don't necessarily like to always wear it or paint my walls with it, but hello, Gallo Fire. It is. That's why I changed the hours on Tuesday, so that people from the UK, we could have a UK day sort of. And everybody else has, because I'm 3 hours ahead of a lot of people in the United States. So a lot of people have coffee with me. Yes, exactly. That way, because right now I feel really good about your purple highlight. And oftentimes when we look at the work, we think, oh, we need more highlight. We need more volume. And we do. But what gets overlooked is bringing those shadows right on down before we bring the highlights up anymore, because sometimes the highlights are already up. This is actually a really good purple example right here, Kraken. You know what, you guys, I gotta get glasses. I even got to use the airbrush booth for the kids. It was so much fun, you guys. Okay, so I don't have my googly eyes, but what I do have is my old setup. Yes, Green. We're taking her off the antibiotics because the problems have started, but the initial problem, I think we have it under control. I really do. Paint Monkey, hello. Oh my gosh, we were thinking about you too. I'm getting ready to do my... so, I'm going to put this this tank together and get a little practice in on that. But I was going to get online and order some parts from you. I'm glad you popped in. Yeah, glad you popped in. Let me see. Okay. Great. Hello, Fridge Forge. On the subject of people that do different kinds of artwork. Right on. Yeah, and that's the thing, Kraken, is that sometimes you'll end up just trying to get that volume, and we overlook the part about, hey, maybe we need to make the shadows darker to make the highlights look brighter. Yes, exactly. I actually, you know, Kraken, I actually sometimes overshadow mine and make the whole thing really dark. Yes, they are. Yeah, so there's some very good advice from Green Art of Colors. So Green Art of Colors does a lot of commission work, and so it helps when you don't want to spend forever on the piece, like sometimes I do. I'm getting better at it. It's one of the reasons we're doing classes together, Green and I, is because I'm learning to speed up. AJ, sweetheart, I was thinking about you too. Well, I've just been thinking about everybody's. It's so nice to see you here. Yep. Yes, exactly. And not the whole thing. Reckon, don't cover your beautiful highlights. Like if you divide it, where your purple kind of starts to turn lavender, right? So you got that highlight, and then it starts to turn lavender, and then there's a place where the two are meeting, and then it drops into the shadows. You want to get that glaze real thin and start right at that meeting point. And what it's going to do is filter it so the meeting point will come together, and then let that dry, and then just kind of a little bit lower, another layer, and then maybe thicken it up a little, like what Green is talking about, 70% Druchii, 30% distilled water, and then bring it in, let it dry, bring it in until you're kind of right in the recess, and those little layers are going to create your gradient, and then you can just layer that shadow as deep as you want it. It was wonderful. It was wonderful. I know, because you were usually used to conversing at this time to put out our blog, and I know we're a little bit behind, but I'm gonna see what we're gonna do for that. I've got a couple of ideas. Oh, you're gonna be working on Rusik, you're gonna be working on a fox. We do love them here. Well, we love all the creatures, but let me see. I think I missed I see Forge out there in that guy. I think I missed somebody. Oh, isn't Druchii Violet is wonderful, huh, Maiden? Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, okay. And I also think I missed a link. Wasn't Pop Goes the Monkey there? I see somebody. There we go. Justin. How you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Gallowfire. Actually, Gallowfire, I think. Gallowfire, don't you do some digital art? Drawing on the tablet. Finland. That's right, Kraken. That's right. Oh, Spaz, I'm excited. I'm excited. Spaz, where are you looking? Happen to be. I do believe I missed a link. There it is, Bronze Archer, who is done. No. Yeah, so I'm already logged in. Word. Will you do a favor, Bronze? Private message with that in Discord. It's if I try to log in again to Discord, my computer's gonna get cuckoo and something way crazy. Yes, you learned how to blend, Kraken. I'm so proud of Kraken's learned how to blend. If you guys popped on that link, did anybody else throw a link in? I do want to see what everybody's been working on, and I want to share a giveaway. I think there's a couple of them going on. I was gonna show Kraken this purple. Oh, in the house? I can only imagine, Dave. Oh, that sounds really good. Oh, that's so nice, Rizu. I love art for gift. I always try to encourage people. Oh, I didn't take a trip. They took a trip to us paint. Oh, I look forward to that interaction. I do. Hmm. Sorry, guys. And I'm also sorry about the whole. Oh, we got the. Let's try to get. Let's get that a little bit friendly for you guys. Okay. Let's see. All right. Let me show you Kraken really quick. So we're gonna look at some purple. You guys, we're going to look at some different types of purple. We're going to look at some purple with pink highlights. We're going to look at some pink. So you've got some, like over here, Kraken, you've got deep purple and then highlight pink. You've got really pink that goes into almost a purple shadow. And then look here, we've got purple shadowing that is like purple black and highlights up to a mauve pink. Right? So notice how deep my shadows are. I really went for it. If you were to get up underneath it here, look at that. Let me focus in on that for you so you can kind of see it even a little better. See that? Right? So more so than going in there and trying to get my, especially on something white, like how much highlight can you do on white, right? Like you can only go so high. White's as high as you get. So really, yeah. And now here's the thing, you've done a really good job blending, right? A really good job. So you have to make a decision. Anytime you go back to paint more on something, there's going to be a lesson to learn, and sometimes you're going to mess up. And my advice is don't touch your highlights. Just don't touch the highlights. Stay down from the highlights where you get that lavender strip and glaze from right there where the two colors meet, right over that line, and then go down. That way you won't have to try to accomplish the highlights again. And if there's anything you did when you did those highlights that was important, write it down so you remember it. I have a reflex for paint that's uncanny. For example, I can actually match a color that's dried on a miniature, mix it again, and do it again as long as I have the miniature. Where my problem is if I take a picture and send the miniature off to someone. Yes, they do. The shadows really boost the color. Oh, here's a purple. Here's a purple. Look at that. Here's one. Reckon. So this is the dark side of the body. And notice that I actually didn't really super highlight it. Instead, I kind of brought the shadows down lower. Right? Like here's a shadow in this crack. Notice the highlights and then got those shadows nice and dark. This is more of a blue under here, but you'll notice like in the arm there, like around the face, you can see really dark. That's actually a purple. That purple you want if you paint with purple, by the way. That is Nightshade, not burgundy. On that, I think that's Nightshade Purple by Reaper. It's one of my favorites right now. I pulled out, so everything's really, it's not even chaotically aligned right everywhere. You want to say it's Nightshade Purple by Reaper. But do you see how that works when you put that depth in there? Like right here, you can really see it on his face. Yes. Yes, Nightshade Purple is the bomb. And it's here, and if you mix it with white, it makes like a mauvey lavender color. 44. There you go. Okay, there you go. Perfect. And pictures. Taking pictures as you go along. Are you going to paint at a bookstore, Sophie? Oh, thank you so much, Green. That you know, that's one of the reasons I ended up connecting with you is I really want to do them a little faster. See, what is Wavy doing? A paint off with another. That brush is judging. Awesome. Okay, okay. Wavy's sharing. Oh, Wavy, he turned out spectacular. Love the base. That turned out spectacular. Oh, great on the OSL too. And that's just a couple of hours. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Let me see. I want to see. So who's this? Bronze Archer. What? It's so good, Bronze. Oh my God, she is so sassy. You're so good with the human body. And you know what? I love, absolutely, because I do this on my mini. I love the areas of magenta and vermilion in the skin, in the stress areas like our elbows, fingers, you know, cheeks, tops of the ears. Love it. That complementary, oh, that is spec-fucking-tacular. Absolutely. And in no way, shape, or form does that look like an aggressive little bee. Although I know it is. I'm really glad you know, we did that. That is actually, that Allender, Lady Allender, belongs to Barrels Above. Ooh, in which packet? Pale purple. Which package now? My package? Oh, I do love me some purple. You just finished her yesterday. Does that mean you're ready for a commission? Oh, poor Dave. Seriously, I can't even imagine. Oh man, if there was anybody doing construction in this house right now, I'd kill him, Dave. Are you moving, Sophie? If I scowl, it's not you guys, okay? Let you know. If you see me scowling, it's just because the headache is just coming. Oh, that's what it was. I was like, I don't remember that from the drawing. Yes. Yes. You know what? Her hair just reminds me of, so in Hawaii, I used to own a little coffee cart, like pull through coffee kiosk, and we used to make shave ice, and her hair reminds me of the colors of shave ice. I love it. Oh, it seriously, if you guys didn't look at that link, look at that link that Bronze put in there. Yes. Absolutely. You nailed it. Seriously, you nailed it. And you know something else, Bronze? You're really good with the hair, the highlights on the hair. I'm serious. One of the things, even when I saw some of your other drawings, I think I'm just gonna send a picture to you as one of the commissions to have you, and nothing else really, but just the hair, just to do like kind of a little bit rough on the sketching, like 3 phases. So because your hair highlights are what we should be doing on miniature. And the fact that the stripe, you're not making every hair, right? You've got, and that's the way it's supposed to be with miniatures. So I can super appreciate it. And I thought it would be something really cool to drop into the Patreon, where somebody could see it in a 2D formula with a 3D perspective, but be able to visualize it. Like when I do something on a piece of paper and lay it out flat, a lot of times people grasp it better than if they're looking at a 3D miniature. And when I saw this, I thought about that. So I'm definitely gonna hit you up on that. It's not a huge project, very small, but something that I have all of the colored pencils. as you know, but not the time. I do. I love this streak. Phoenix, hello, my dear. Ah, saw that. Pop something in the channel to share a link so people can take a look at your violin project. So Phoenix is working on a violin, you guys, which is totally wonderful. Oh, so you're painting your army then, Sophie. Ginger, oh my gosh. Where have you been? We still use the term ginger 8-balling it in our race game. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. The moves are terrible. Oh my. Oh. So needless to say. Oh, did you or something? I call it like that.
Right.
Well, actually, I thought maybe like that and way up here. So I thought maybe we were doing something different.
This.
Well, why doesn't it work like that? Okay. Well, I don't know why. Then it. But I mean, it got pushed up. Be there. Does that sound okay? Far away. It. Thank you, Abe. I had to back because my head is. Yes, right. Yes, actually, I'm gonna go grab my cup of coffee right now, Dave. That's a very good idea. Probably true. I could coffee down. Actually, Sophie, so I got in my chair this morning. I have a special. And I got in the chair this morning. Better. You have a legacy. Yes, you. What have you been up to? Yes. Now you guys go take a look at that violin. God. Oh God. Oh yeah, I am. I'm being. I drank half of one of these before I sat down. Second one. Oh, it wants me to sign in to get this. Got to put it to privately in Discord. If I click on a Discord, it'll tell me you have to sign in, and my computer will be crazy. And a geek, I know. You gotta warn me. This cup cannot. It's just putting on top of you guys. It's really a lot of it. Hello, wandering. Hold the mic closer. Okay. So what he was telling her, right? It has to be. Hold on. Like this and like that. So that's how it is when it's down here normally. So see if that sounds better to you guys. Is that better? Hello, Dextrose. Okay, let's try it this way then. See if that sounds better to you guys. I just repositioned like he suggested. Geek didn't break anything, wondering. Actually, we had to push it out of the way because kids were all over my desk. Stop, Dave. Oh, thank you. Hold the mic. I got it. Okay. I am so sorry. Okay, now is this better? Let's see. Okay? That's better, Dextra. Okay. The music's. Oh, I can't do anything about the music. That's all. That weird. But Why would it be?
I don't know what y'all think, but I think that's
Hey,
pretty.
Blade Mark. So today, you want to share your work. So I can't do, unless you private message me in Discord, I can't do Discord, okay? Because the computer's going to be an ass. It's going to tell me I'm not logged in and I have to re-log in. That's much better, Dave. Okay, great. The music seems louder than me. Okay, Geek's fixing it. Thank you, Dave. Thank you. I appreciate you guys' appreciation of Geek. Now you hear me very well. Okay, good. I am usually a little louder, but I'm a little, it's the head thing, so I'm not projecting my voice probably as much as I normally do. Oh, that's perfect. Excellent. Okay. Tell everybody I said hi. Thank you, Phoenix. Much better. So much. She loved having the kids here. She's despondent. She was crying while I was getting ready for the stream today because she went all over the house looking for the kids and couldn't find them. And so she's despondent that the kids have left. She didn't like that. She did not think that they should leave. There, yes, exactly, Dextrose. She did not want them to leave. They were very, very nice and patient and good with her. They got to roughhousing on, oh God, you guys, oh my God, you would have loved, I should have filmed it for you, but I was so busy with people. Okay, so very rarely, but every once in a while, Tammy has to have a Valium. And so the kids were roughhousing. And she kind of wanted to play with them, but she couldn't because, you know, she's little and I didn't want her to get hurt. So she was sort of like roughhousing around them while they were roughhousing. But then they got to roughhousing and like the little one complaining to the bigger one that not to do this and not to do that. And, you know, kids, right? And then she got concerned. So she decided to come downstairs. But then the boy, who's the middle one, about 9, he was just being funny, but he was like stomping on the floor over his mom's head, and then they were running through the house, and pretty soon it got to be a little bit too much for her. And when I went to get her, she was like all shaking, and because she was really worked up, so I had to give her some Valium to calm her down, doggy Valium. And about 20 minutes later, she wanted to party. Oh my God. Tammy is the funniest thing on planet Earth, you guys, on Valium, because she doesn't relax, like calm down. She gets all, she's loopy and she wants to play and she runs around sideways and she thinks she's really cute and she wants to get in your lap and lick your face. Anyway, she had her own little party downstairs with us while she was on Valium. So while the kids were roughhousing, we kind of just let them roughhouse. I was told the parents, just don't worry, just let them go for a while and burn off some steam. Tammy was hysterical. So I took her outside. To go potty, and you guys, I've got to film her for you guys and but she walks she walks sideways. When she's walking forward, instead of just walking forward like she normally does, she walks sideways forward. So like if she's going to go to point A straight ahead of her, she'll go all the way over to her left. Then she'll turn back to the point A, right? And then she'll go all the way over to her left. And then, or all the way to her right. So she walks sideways. It's oh my God. She's so funny. And to look in her eyes when she's stoned. Oh, you guys. She's such a doll baby. Anyway, that was very entertaining. That was terribly entertaining. So the family adventure was really quite something. I have, let me see. Perhaps I might be able to. I know I can put it in Discord. I will put it in, we have a channel for the Young Bloods. and I will put a couple of them in Youngbloods for you guys so you can see. I think you'll be quite impressed, really. I mean, we're talking especially Criken out there doing his first minis, and Dave's probably seen a lot of beginners in green too. Let's see if I can pop this into Discord for you. Let's see. If we go to my Discord, and let me see what channels we've got. I'm just gonna put them in. Get your fucking paint on for you guys, okay? And then I will load them to the other channel later because they're done. They're based and everything. Ooh, Office Painter dropped something amazing in that channel. I've got a picture that is kind of like all of them together. See if I can post one up. There we go. Right side, right side. There's the left side. Right, now let me see. Isn't there a way to be able to share that? Okay. Only it really doesn't let me share it in Twitch. Well, it probably does, but I don't know that trick. But it's the last thing now. I just entered it in the Discord. Get your fucking paint on, and it's the last one. I put all 3 of them there so you guys could see them. And then I can tell you. So one on the one on the left is the 10-year-old girl. The one on the right is her mom, and then the one on the pedestal in the middle, and I'm not kidding you, is a 6-year-old. No kidding. AJ, you have nieces and nephews. How old are they? All right, you guys. So on this guy, I think we've got like all the colors blocked in, right? We've got the silvers all blocked in. We've got the gold. We do have a couple of places. Remember, so this guy, if you remember going back, was composition. We were working on the color composition of him. So that here we're looking from the front, and we're making sure that we're not overwhelmed. We're trying, remember, we were framing this area above this, centering. That's a center frame. This is the whole visual. It's going to be like from about here to about there. And then if you remember, I turned him around, and we also did a composition on the back, right? So this is the composition on the back is similar, right? With that, which brings it down and grounds it. Now we're going to, of course, get some shadow in there. But notice I made the booty area really, really dark, gun area, because we're pulling the picture to anchor it to the bottom. Ah, well, we might have a project to talk about, Miss AJ. We might. I mean, you get to see them frequently, right? Like you go there or they come or something. Okay, working and lurking. Oh, it's so nice to see you out there, Feathered Phoenix. I'm so sorry I don't make streams more often, but it's nice to see you here on Tuesday. You can work and lurk every Tuesday. Every Tuesday we do 10 to 2, so you can work and lurk here. I look forward to having you. Oh, Dave was right. Yeah, I can feel that caffeine is helping a lot. Oh, I didn't get my coffee down this morning. Perfection. That's what I wanted to hear, AJ. Once a month is perfection. So we're going to talk about that. I have you're a very, very reliable human being in my life. And so I have something to offer you. So yes. All right then. Let's see. We do need a little bit of this in the water that we're mixing. Oh no, 1 ml. Gotta go with a 1 milliliter. Yeah, so we're taking Hammy off the antibiotics. Tomorrow she's gonna go in and she's gonna get, I'm hoping, another injection, the antibiotic injection, because the antibiotics, after about 10 days, it's the weirdest thing in Hammy's system. She starts to wet the bed and walk weird. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. So, yeah. I took her off the antibiotics as of this morning. She got the last dose she's getting. There's only like 2 more doses left. You know what? Oh my God, you guys. And I got the second COVID shot the day. So it didn't affect me the first day, the second COVID shot. But the second day, you guys, it was horrible. I was like walking all hunched over. And the pain was so bad, I couldn't even, it made everything that's painful be painful. And I couldn't make it go away. Oh my gosh. All right. We're going to put some fire colors. Let's see. On the armor, we are sticking with the traditional colors. Oh, remember we had to do a little bit of blue on his. So I was going to do the steel blue to tie it in, and also blue jewels. So the jewels are all going to be blue. And these are very, very tiny jewels too. Like, yeah. I mixed red and black to do like the pants. It looks like he's wearing leotards, you guys, underneath, or like a yoga pants or running pants. You know what I mean, though, like superheroes wear. Underneath his armor, that's what that looks like, is superhero pants. You know, I was really lucky. I had a very, very short reaction. There you are. Hi. Hi. So let's see. It's Tuesday, Miss Raven. I'm thinking maybe Friday. We can work on these a little bit more if you want to. I can get something posted out there and let everybody know in advance. I am, I think, trying to have a migraine, so I didn't want to work on it today. No, that's totally cool. So I saved this. If you guys have not seen Raven's Hobbies post, we did the Patreon with Green Art of Colors, who is in chat right now raving. And this is where I got in 2 hours. This is 2 hours worth of paint time. And of course, my armor looks more like ice armor than white. I have to bring my highlights up. Bodysuits, thank you. Thank you very much, Zephyrius. Okay, but that's fine. I'll totally save it. So you're going to be gone for the weekend. Pfizer, we did Pfizer. Paint Monkey. Johnson & Johnson is not recommended. A lot of people that have pre-existing conditions were complaining, and then they don't have the other one, the Merdona, over here. It's okay, honey. So there's different options. There's different options. So you have a different style of wing anyway, but it's not even a problem for me to save it because it's not like I have an army I need to paint it for or anything like that. I might end up doing a tutorial on bat wings on this one to do the blending in the Patreon, but we will definitely save that armor and the gun and everything because you have a different style wing, so feathers are different than bat wings. And then I will save all the armor and the gun and everything for the glow for when you get back. It's not even a thing. No, totally cool. It's not even a thing. Good. So I can kind of set that one to the back. I didn't have a problem with the first one. Thank you. I'm really glad you like it. I'm pretty impressed for 2 hours worth of work. And then also to let you guys know, Green Art of Colors posted his progress for that 2-hour class as well. So we have the teachers and the students. Yeah, that was me too, AJ. Was really weird was that, so the second time I got the shot, it was pain about 24 hours later, all over. But you know, I have the pain thing anyway, so I think it exacerbated it. Dave slept in 2-hour stints. That's okay. Also, you know, Raven, you can always watch the, when you come back, you can always watch right? And then you can lurk if you want to, if you have the opportunity. That's what I think it was, AJ, because it just basically everything that I've been working on to get it kind of zoned in, and it just made everything completely freaking exacerbated, as if I had just, because I'd been working a lot to get the house ready. So I was in, all the things were pissed off, the back, all of it, right? And then when I got the shot, it was like it just took it and drove it to another level. Because I will tell you, my stepmom left on Thursday at 3 p.m. By 3:30, everything started to shut down. Just like bam, 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 everything shutting down. It was hard to walk. I was sick to my stomach. I was in so much pain that night. I tried taking some of the medication that, because I thought it was something else flaring up from having done all the work for everybody to arrive. So I didn't, quite look at it in the right perspective. And so I took some of the medication that the doctor gave me for the spine and everything like that. It didn't even touch it. All my joints felt like I couldn't bend them in and out. It was really weird. It was really weird. But then I didn't get any sleep that night, but by the time we rested a lot, and got mobile Friday, by the time Friday night rolled around, I was doing much better. You couldn't sleep. See, that's interesting. Yeah, did you? Oh, that's going to be wonderful, Green. That's going to be, oh, you know what? So there you go, Raven. That's also another place you can go for those Dracaris that you got the box of. Because I only have just the one, but Green Art of Colors, he's building his army, and then you got a box, so that works. Yes, you were sleeping. This morning when I was having my coffee, Slay, I was like, good morning, and there was nobody there. Just nobody. I had my coffee, or half a cup all by myself. That's right. Yeah. Well, I was just because I couldn't. Yeah. It was good. It was good. We were telling everybody how we had the kids. I put a picture. Did anybody go look at the Discord picture and get your fucking paint on? I'm so proud of them. It's their first minis ever, and they did so good. Oh, you were at the dentist. Didn't they do a good job, AJ? And that one, I couldn't believe the 6-year-old. So, wow. Right? Like, she sat there, you guys, and she worked on her solid for, I'd say, a respectable 2 hours. Following directions man, like she grasped her mind around splotching and smoothing at 6. So to get texture, because she wanted hers to kind of look like an Appaloosa. So I was telling her, okay, so there's a different strokes so that you don't have to paint every spot on. You get the brush and you can do splotching. And it was amazing, Ravens. Amazing. I was thinking about you, Troll. I could not get my mind wrapped around your new name. That's why I couldn't find you in Discord. I thought you left my Discord. I was like, what happened? Okay, so see, because I was looking for the wrong name. Turnip 28. Who's Turnip 28? You know, I'm telling you what, and what age have we got there, Ravens? Raven, do you have a place somewhere around where you are where you could get a My Little Pony? Ooh, Ginger, what have you got going on? Ooh. I went and got assessed, Ginger, by the way, since you've been gone. They sent me to the neurosurgeon to check on everything. The good news is that my spine is safe for them to do some kind of non-invasive the procedures on. it will not get better, but there are ways to keep it stable. So it was not, after all, he felt perfectly confident and signed off on it that it is nothing harmful neurologically, but he does have to check it once a year. Oh, darn. I'm so sorry. Flay, do you really have a GoFundMe? Are you being serious? You never ask questions like that. You need wood for the handles? That guy Joe. Do you have kids? Whiz kids. Oh, are you Slay, are you being sassy? Oh, wait, what's the wood for? What kind of wood? For what? Talk to me. You are talking to me. I know you're talking to me. Right, I know. So we're having a deck built. We're going to build it out of that recycle-y stuff. You guys seen that recycled-y, plasticky wood? You do? Okay, yeah. So, WizKids, that guy, Joe. Also, just to let you guys know, a little bit more expensive, piece by piece. So depending on where you get it. But oftentimes, there are different ones on Amazon, you guys, that you can get. Like if you have Amazon Prime. Okay, not the projects, meaning not the mini holder project, but a different project. After we're done here, Slay will talk. Do you really have a GoFundMe though? Like for real? Or you're just shitting? Shitting me? Are you shitting me? Really? Blonde birch ply went from, yeah, right? Oh my gosh. The plywood that we're putting on the desk that is where they have the two sides white. Oh, it's a joke. Okay. Slay, your captain's a little slow today, so be patient. Sorry. When we first was like about the same. It was like I don't know, about $50 a sheet. It's up to like 89. The ones we're building the desk out of. So, for the guys that are looking for the ponies, so WizKids, but if you can't find it from WizKids, go online and look for major hobby shops and find who's got the best deal, and then compare it to Amazon, because sometimes, depending on where you are, you can get it from Amazon. They go on sale all the time on Amazon. You just usually can't buy a bunch of them. So I buy them like a case lot at a time from the game store. So like if you wanted a bunch of them, you could just buy a case lot. And if you ask your local game store, sometimes they'll bring in a case lot for you and charge you like not even hardly anything, because it doesn't cost them that much and the shipping is already covered by the big order they're making. So if you can get in on a bulk order from your local game shop, that's what I recommend. And then you could, and when they make cases of the ponies, you can order like 4 of each pony. I think a case is 3 of each pony. It might be 4 of each pony. I don't remember if it's 4 or 3. But anyway, it's a lot, but you're only paying like, I don't know, maybe $5 a pony. I know, AJ. I'm so glad you popped in, and we'll be talking very soon. I will be emailing you probably this evening to see what's cooking. The doggo is much better. We're taking her off the antibiotics, and she's going to get another antibiotic shot tomorrow at the vet, Ginger. She's doing better, just too much time on antibiotics, and she gets a little weird, so I pulled them this morning. No, not necessarily, Slay. It's just hard to get a good price on them if you don't know how to shop for them. I'm trying to freaking get WizKids' attention, because I feel like I would make a great sponsorship. So I'm gonna try again though. I tried probably at the beginning of this year and at some point last year. Yes, that's what I did too, that guy Joe. So dinos are really good. That's a good pointer for kids to start on. Take care, AJ. I'll talk to you soon, my dear. Have a beautiful day. Little nightmares. Exactly. Well, that was the object. Oh, that was the object of mine. Mine's a. So I was showing the 9-year-old how to make the highlights on the hair. Right, this is a Nightmare Pony. What the hey? Hey, that's not supposed to be there. I guess it's a good thing we noticed that. Fortunately, it's the right color, huh? What the hey? Apparently, I just stuck my finger in red. See, she's a Nightmare Pony. Look at that, bleeding all over. Okay, there we go. So, oh yeah, you've never seen this, Raven. You've never seen so much of my work because a lot of it's not posted. Yeah, this is a, so anybody who plays Magic, anybody out there plays Magic, this is inspired from the Nightmare Pony. And this actually belongs to somebody. We're painting this, I'm painting this up for Baby D on Dragonheart's channel. So, of course, her eyes are going to be a tutorial. This one is properly cleaned, Dave. So something you need to know, everybody, so let's just talk about this since Technical Tuesday. Let's just really quick go over something having to do with WizKid models, okay? So if you're buying these WizKid models for your kids to paint, so Raven, this is a really good kid project because you have space, right, for the little one. And here's what I can tell you. So if you buy a couple, you know, you can have her paint one at this age and take that and put it away, like up there on your shelf. Then take another one. This is a really good idea. I'm going to save you so much money because they paint a lot when they're that age. So what you do is if you had 3, one she paints and you put it up as her masterpiece at this age, okay? Then you have 2 more. She paints one, all right? Now when she's done painting it, drop it in the simple green and give her the other one to paint the next time. And you just circle them out like that. And you just got to scrub them off each time they come out of the simple green. Now, when you get a WizKid Mini, everybody, WizKid Minis, it is not true that they are pre-primed and you can, but your paint will peel, okay? Yes, it'll save you so much money, Raven, even if you had 3 that you cycled, so she could have a different one each time, like this is, hold on, let me get under here really quick. We're opening back up the Davy Jones deck too, so let's see. We've got this, and then we've got this, and I think probably the favorites are, the most popular are these. So, and then let's get a 4th one. Here we go. So you're going to order, say, 4 of them, okay? So you order, now this is the same with so apparently they make Transformers. So say you have somebody that would prefer a Transformer, okay? So here we have Applejack, okay? And then we have the Pinkie Pie, right? Pinkie Pie has a lot of room to make a rainbow tail, to make spots, stripes on her her mane. So the little 6-year-old that painted it, she painted it really bright pink, and then I used a glitter varnish, a very light glitter varnish. She was very impressed by that. Then you can get this one here, which is the one I'm working on, is the unicorn, right? And then there's Rainbow Bright. But also there's Fluttershy. Fluttershy has little wings on her side. So basically you get 4, right? And then you let one be the masterpiece. You could duplicate one. And one is you let her put it up, and then that's so that you can keep it. Like she painted, this is her first pony when she was, is she 2 or 3? 3, right? And then you get to save that. Then you cycle these out and just paint and then dump in the green and then say, oh, but today we're gonna paint
Applejack. And then this one, meanwhile, is soaking the paint off. And then, ooh, today we're going to paint Pinkie Pie, whatever. And basically, then every third time around, oh, we're going to paint Pinkie Pie again today. But, oh, we're going to paint. And so she's always painting a new one. So it seems like a new project until, oh, what was that? I think that was some Star Wars people. So basically, yes, so I need to order those right there. I'll bring those up to remind me. Joe, thank you, because we do have people that would rather be painting something a little, rather be painting something a little bit different. Excellent. What's the size? What is the size? Let me see if it says. WizKids, primed, paint, and ready out of the box, age 8 plus. Are they bigger than 75? I think the ponies are like 120. I want to say about 120. So on the subject of the WizKids, let's just discuss that for a minute. Okay, so you get a WizKids model. Let's see, hold on for just a second. Let's put a pin in that. Turnip 28 is a miniatures agnostic game. Oh, and you've decided on kid bashing. Ah, fun. See, Army Painter. Oh, I do love that color. That sounds really fun. War of the Roses kits from Perry. Oh, you know what? Oh, can I get a link to Perry Miniatures there, Troll? Hello, Paul John. Paint Monkey, I think I might have missed what you are working on, my dear. It's nice to have you here. I hope one of these days you're going to be able to make that third Saturday with us. I look forward to that. Yes, Paul John. So I had the week off. The family was here. Willbot, well, thank you for that host, Willbot. I appreciate that. Those hosts are very helpful. Okay, well, do you have an estimate on, like, have you seen one in person, Joe? Like, that you could tell us what the size is? Okay, taking the pin out, we're going to go over the WizKid. This is very important, you guys. So for anybody that has kids, or if you want to paint a WizKids model yourself, okay, the thing you need to know is that it does say primed and ready to paint out of the box. 2.5 inches. Ooh, those are little. Those will be a little bit challenging, I think, at first. I'm looking for something along the lines of this, right? So see the amount of space that it has for, you know, when you're just about 4 and the spaces, it needs space like that. And then you take them from more space to less space. Maybe 3. 3 is not too bad. I would like it too, because you are one of our Patreons and it would be nice to see you in our late night hangout. It would. So what I do is I take them out of the box. They are not ready to paint. If you do, or if the kids do, the paint is, it's just crap. The primer is really bad. Okay, so I put them in a bath of nail polish remover, okay, and I cut it a little bit with some distilled water if the model is smaller. If the model is big like this one, I can just use the nail polish remover and a toothbrush, and I scrub all of their primer off. Okay, when I'm all done doing that, then I highly recommend, if you have not done it before and you're not fast at it, add a little distilled water to cut the nail polish remover. I'm not using the one without acetone. I am using the one with acetone in it. So you're going to want to cut it a little bit so that it is not as strong, because it takes a little getting used to exactly what you're supposed to do, what areas have build up to scrub more, etc. When the models are smaller, it keeps it at a dilution ratio in which it's not going to eat the smaller parts on your miniature. WizKids, we're only talking about WizKids here, okay? WizKids models. So then I scrub the whole thing with the nail polish remover, okay? Then when I'm done doing that, I rinse it in water and give it as a light detergent soap bath and scrub it. Then I get out the little files, okay, and I very gently file that's these, remember, okay, little pieces of nail files and little pieces of very fine sandpaper, little pieces of nail file, right? And all the mold lines, I take the razor knife, the craft knife, and trim any little burrs that might be on it to get it nice and smooth, okay? Then I take it and I put it in an alcohol bath, okay? 70% minimum, and I scrub it with a toothbrush in an alcohol bath. That secures that any areas, this is made out of a different kind of plastic than other minis. So that the alcohol secures that there's no leftovers of oil or grease. If your detergent had moisturizer in it, whatever. Then, when I'm all done doing that, I blow dry mine with the airbrush to make sure all the water gets out of the cracks. So if otherwise, stomp him on his feet really, really good, knock all of the water out, and let him sit overnight to completely dry. I wish they didn't too, Ishan. I do. Okay, now it's completely dry. Yeah, so 28 millimeter is about 2 inches. Is that right? Alexa, how many inches is 28 millimeters?
28 millimeters is about 1.1 inches.
Oh, never mind. 28 millimeters is 1 inch. So
Here's something I found on the internet. 1 millimeter is equivalent to 0.0393700.
she's having a moment. Let her. Yeah, she's over informing. Oh, okay. I think that they might be in the same category as the ponies, Joe. Thank you. Okay, so these would be big enough. Okay, but say that you had a girl or a boy, it doesn't matter what sex they are, that just doesn't want to do a pony. They want to do something more, rough and tough and tumble. Ooh, okay, I haven't tried that yet, Dave. So Dave says, bake it in the oven. So, I'll try it, but I'm guessing, Dave, that would be something maybe like 450 degrees for what? No, Dave, he's giving me a hard time. There's no way. Okay, I was gonna say, don't listen to that. All of a sudden in my baking mind, I'm like, what? I thought it said 1 minute. Now I see it says 1 hour. Don't listen to Dave. He's being a jerk. Right? Yes. So we're going to be famous. Bigfollows.com. You can that for me, Dave? Thank you. All right. So now you have this dry mini. Okay. And, well, it's kind of big, but it's all dry the next day. Now, depending on what you prime with, the most important thing that I can tell you in reference to priming is to make sure that if you're using Rattle Can Primer, so it has a nice place in the foot, you can stick a rod to hold it on well, that doesn't fit, but you can make one that fits so that you can get a nice 360. You want to get like all up underneath the belly and everything. If you're using Rattle Can, make sure the Rattle Can that you are using is either A, labeled safe for plastic, okay, or B, acrylic. If you're using a airbrush, then of course you're using acrylic, and you want a primer. You want to primer 2 times. So you're going to go over the whole thing. You're going to come back with what I call a doctoring coat. So every little area that you missed, the little recesses and whatnot, you're going to come back and you're going to get those, and then you're going to primer again. So 2 primers, I think, really smooths out the rough spots that you might find when you look at these miniatures that you don't like. Now, once you have done this, in the case of Ravens and the 3-year-old, and we're dunking this, like we're going to use it over and over and over and over. The ones that you're doing that with, I'm going to recommend a really high quality Rattle Can Primer, Raven, so that when you dump it in the green stuff, it doesn't come off. So you don't have to reprimer those every time, because the ones that you keep, the acrylic primer is going to come off in the green stuff. So the ones that you're going to rotate for hers to paint over and over and over again, get a rattle can primer that is a catalyst style, but safe for plastic. For example, something you could paint a plastic lawn chair with. They have that out there. Everything you cook for a year tastes like plastic. Ooh, what? It's the UK. Oh, okay. There, that's very, very nice. We got to, there's a place where you can get, oh, this is a little bit, these are different. So these are really tiny, Raven. These go on the top of a cupcake, and these are really tiny. But I'm going to tell you where. So what I was going to say is, yes, this is true what Troll is saying. The Rust-Oleum, yep. Wait, I want to see these, $10.99 for 12 pieces is a really good deal, by the way, you guys. Like a really, I'm going to take this off so I'm not so hot. It's making the headache worse. Well, so let's, where are the plain ones? Interesting. 3 centimeters, 4 centimeters, and 5 centimeters. The other thing I was 12, oh, these 12, this is a really good deal. So, but Raven, make them plain. They can't. Oh, we got to do something about this. So, oh my goodness. Rohan, welcome. Exactly, Raven, exactly. The paint already sticks. Hi. Hi, Rathmore. Hey, what is going on? What is going on? Hi. Oh my gosh, what were you guys working on? Hi, Roha. Hi. How are you doing? Hi, Jindal. Welcome aboard. Rathmore, I have not seen you in so long. What are you up to, my friend? Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the raid, Roha. Oh, hello, Mistra. How are you doing? How are you doing? Moo. Moo, that's what you've got to say? We are sharing in the channel currently. If you guys have some work you'd like to share. Oh, you're painting cows. Let's see. Pop it in the, if you have a link, you can pop it right in the channel. Yes, you guys, please click the icon in the left-hand corner for the captain. It will reload you. There will be no commercial, and you will be an official organically grown viewer. I feel like, Raven, buying these because of the age we're talking, and put them in a vat of simple green and see how the paint sticks. Throw one in, scrub it off, prime it. If it doesn't do a good job, like if it comes out all blotchy, then just primer over the existing paint. I have these little miniatures that I get that I give away as prizes, like a Monster Inc. and a Toy Story, and I prime them before I give them away. So it looks like somebody was painting cows. What were we painting cows for? The railroad or a war game? Oh, they are. That's right. That's right. They are, Raven. You might be able to get the ponies on eBay. That's always a possibility. Not to mention, sometimes you can get them used on eBay. And since you're going to just throw them in a vat and scrub them all down, right? It doesn't really matter as long as they don't have scratches all over them. Hello, Austriel, and welcome back aboard. Ooh, some Reaper stuff. Well, if you have a link, Rohan, you'd like to pop it in the chat. On Tuesdays, we do that also for raiders. since you rated us, if you want to pop that link into the love gallery in my Discord on Friday when we have our crazy big crowd here, we will shout you out as a thank you for the raid. As a thank you for the raid. We are talking WizKids models right now, you guys. So they, a lot of the WizKids models have more spaces for people to be able to paint at a younger age. And also they're very inexpensive if you're just starting and you want to practice on some things. So we were talking about getting them prepped for painting because they say they are primed and ready to paint out of the box, but they are not. They are not. Thank you, Dave. Yes, and for those of you who are here, we are still working on our Patreon goal. Just to let you know, I noticed that our bars are not, well, see, so yes, our subs are incorrect. Oh no, that's our YouTube. Okay. Yep. And you know what? I think our follower goal, I was going to say, I think our follower goal has exceeded, but we are still working on our Patreon goal, you guys. So we're back up to the 50 again, and we're aiming for 100. So just to let you guys know, the Patreon is working. If you like it here, you come frequently and you want to help support the channel, you'll notice we don't have a subscription ability here because we do not have an affiliate status. Not because I was naughty, just to let, in case you heard that rumor, but because we are working through the Patreon. They take less money from you and it's more personal. We also provide some pretty cool perks for our Patreons. So let's see if Roja has the ability to put something in the channel for us to take a look at. Yeah, I do like this kit. These guys, that's not a half bad deal. They're a little bit kind of cut dumpy, but I really feel like for somebody that's little painting them, that it's a good choice because of that, because they're kind of round and dumpy. Yeah. Oh, bronze, that is beautiful. Nice side view too. Side views are rough. They are rough. You are just really kicking ass with those pens. That is pencil, right? Love the textures. Yeah, that is, I do. I love the ears too, the sloping ears. So yeah, we were talking about, it is pencil. Yeah, I love your textures. I love the textures. We were talking about the WizKids minis and not to just paint them out of the box. That was our current discussion because they just have that primer and that it was a good choice for those of you who have some children that may want. Is that coming off the ball? It is. Interesting. I think the ball needs, yeah, we don't want that. The or maybe I dropped her in there. We don't want the kids painting it and then the paint peeling, and the kids needed a little more space just to learn to operate the brush and whatnot. And so we were taking a closer look at the WizKids. Yes, that's true. That is true. They're kind of tiny, the army men, but I got these other characters that are a little bit bigger at the dollar store. Now, I don't know if the dollar store, Dave, if the dollar store has, or if the dollar store is available to people in the UK. You know, which maybe you have something similar out there, Raven. I don't know. If you have something similar to that, then you know, you could use that. But there's lots of little, just weird little figures you can use on the top of cakes, different things like that
that you can provide somebody really young with that they can practice when they start getting a little smaller, or you can get them a little bit larger. I know that there's vehicles, if you can get the ones without the stickers from the dollar store, there's small vehicles too. Okay, so that might be a place to look. Let me show you mine. I get these at the dollar store, and then when we pick up doing the prizes again, I go in here and prime them. And then I put them in their set, right? This was one of my favorites. And then I put them in their set. I take them out of the package. I prime them. I put them back in the package. And then I send them out as a prize, as a set, all pre-primed. And basically, I take those, and now those I just prime over. The paint sticks really well. It doesn't come off in the simple green. Yep. And I just pick them up. They always have a different kind there too. I want to see that link. Let's see. Roja put a link for us. Let's see what you are doing. Because I love terrain. And cows kind of, well, scenery, terrain. Cows kind of go in the terrain category, not really, but you know. Who knows? Is that Dave? No. Oh, those! Okay, yes. Oh, those look like fun. I love the guy in the back with the head on his helmet. That's so cool. Yes, I remember. I actually think I have some of those. I do. Ooh, what did Joe put in there? Unpainted. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, look at that. It's like a giant box. Oh, yeah, right? 130. Well, that's a big batch of stuffies. Yeah, and all different kinds. And is that UK? Is that UK? That's a good one right there, Raven. That's like, you get 98 pieces. They're 32 millimeter, 132 scale, for $25. Yeah, and that's a lot of them. That's a lot. That's I don't know what company that is. Fantasy Creature Mini. Who's it? Let's see. That is. Fantasy Creatures. Oh, Adventure Terrain. Adventure Terrain is that link. Well, Roja, I like these guys. I really like the way you did the red, white, and blue. That is too cool. Too cool. Are you painting those for a game? Are you currently playing a game, or just painting those guys for fun? Oh, it is my support. Australia is my support. It helps with my my back. We are actually working right now. Our engineer has a very fantastical mini holder designed to work with the ball that should be coming with to us anytime soon. We'll be doing that and showing you guys that. And we are working on the manufacturing of this ball for people. Right now, it helps very much with the alignment of the body and the shoulders. Oh, you like Minotaurs. Oh, yeah, they are cool. They are cool. I like these mini guys. There was some, did you get that box, that Reaper box that had Reaper 4? Because they had these guys in it, and then a bunch of big guys, about 3 big guys. Oh. But yeah, that is a little bit painful. That is. I think you should try and see what you can find at your Dollar World, because they have that section with little weird toys for kids.
See what you can find there. Give it a scrubbing in some simple green, alcohol. Give it an alcohol scrub and give it a prime. Oh, it was a coincidence, not intentional. I think they look good that way. I think they look good that way. Time for food for the kids, you guys. Yeah, that too. The old plastic dinosaur collections, right? Now the only thing is, I can tell you, so when you guys are out there buying the toys for the kids and you're going to prime them so they can paint them, you need to purchase the ones that are at least a medium to hard grade plastic. So the ones that are really rubbery, right? It's not that they can't be used, but you want to be very careful with those. When you prime them, they need to be primed with a latex or acrylic, basically a water-based substance. If you try to prime them with like the stuff that you could put on, say, the plastic chairs on your patio, really? No. Also, if you guys have, so here's a thought too. If you have a kid that you've got maybe that can do a little bit more detail, but something that's kind of big and very nicely priced, is this guy from Pop Goes the Monkey, this RoboSquig. He's got a lot of fun places to paint different colors. He's got like all machinery on the booty. It's detailed, but he's larger. As you can see, he's a lot bigger. And it's not super complex details like some of the things, it's more understandable, I think, because they are machine shapes. I thought it was a stink bug because of the sound. That's what they sound like when they hit my lights. So I was looking for what might be flying around the studio. So yeah, this is another option too, you guys. Made out of really, the resin is real quality. So you can also do that I was suggesting in going in and stripping it and repainting it, But I don't think for somebody that's like 3 years old, okay, in the case of ravens, but maybe somebody that's more along the area of like 8, 9, or 10, I think this would be a good choice too. Plus it comes with those big guns. Everybody wants these big guns. The guns are sold separately now, by the way, you guys. Anybody who kit bashes out there, troll on the subject of kit bashing. All these guns, these big guns that this guy has, are all sold separately now. So you can get a big gun for a project that you're working on if you want a cool big gun. Just to let you guys know. But yeah, I feel like this would be a good choice also because of the amount of space it's spread across and the fact that it's shapes. So I feel like those, that holds up really good. It's a lot of rectangles and squares in reference to all the areas that are the metal. And then, lines, squares, triangles, as far as when you're going organic, sometimes it can actually be a little bit more difficult. And in staying with the geometrical shapes, sometimes it's a little bit more understandable in learning brushstroke specifically. So that might be a good choice too, I feel like. And if you guys haven't been there, for those of you that might want to practice freehand in small spaces, Pop Goes the Monkey has a line. I noticed this when I was in there the other day. It has a line of shields that are plain on the front. Now they are small for these little guys, but this is in reference to finding something that you want to practice that freehand on and maybe use for something. Like maybe you want to do a little freehand on a shield and then you can use it as part of a base. So it's something that you can buy that is actually part of the world that we work in. Use it for basing or use it to kit bash a guy or something, but they have them just plain so that you can paint on them, and it's pretty cool. And you could get like what is that called that we cut them off of? Sprues of them. You can get sprues of them. Hello, Green. Welcome back. We didn't make it very far. Oh, hold on a second. We didn't make it very far on this guy, so you're back in time. We actually, you're back in time. We actually were talking about getting WizKids models properly primed, and inexpensive models to give to kids. Not like, say, we're not talking like 6 on up, but when they're really little, something they could paint and just paint lots of it and have it be really cheap. And we were getting different resources for that. Okay, Dave, okay. Yes, we're going back to the future. Precisely. Precisely. All right, so this guy actually just had that plain gold. Like, I just really used 100% metal. I didn't even go with non-metallic metal. I totally did just the metallic gold on this, and I'm like, wow, look at that. I'm pretty sure that that might even be the Vallejo gold that I used. And I think I was using 6-shooter, which is a Turbo Dork color on his gun there. And if we weren't, we're going to. But we'll know when we go to put it on. So the colors by Turbo Dork. You got to go over a dark primer. And thin layers, if you're using a brush, is the trick. I'll let you guys know. My little stabby was here, but I took everything over to the other station. He brought back the paints, but then also, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but did you guys notice the Dave has all the paints. Oh, he's gone right now. He went. But my Turbo Dorks, the dropper head splits on all of mine. Does it do that on yours? Hello, Razor Knees. How are you doing? We are over here getting a little bit crazy with this guy. I'm about ready to paint some different accentuate some of his armor a little bit. But we had painted with a gold. I actually have a really bright one that we were using when we were painting the My Little Ponies. Drop them all over here, but super light gold is in there. We were painting the ponies. The mom of the two lovely ladies painting with me, she painted hers rose gold. Oh, do the Vallejos do that sometimes, Troll? That is really good to hear, Razor Knees. I'm happy to hear that. So it seems to me like the only one that does it on my desk is the Turbo Dorks. My Reapers don't do it. My Vallejos don't do it. Just specifically the Turbo Dorks do. So we have the... Oh, I see. It was Reaper Antique Gold. Okay. And then I have this other gold, is bright gold by Pro Krill. Yeah, I only have it. Yeah, it also makes it squeeze out the side when I'm dispensing it. What are you up to, Razor Knees? Which I don't particularly care for. And the thing is that I have so I had a Pokey Guy that Dragonheart gave me that I used for the longest time. Whoop! Nobody. Stay. And Pokey Guy turned up missing. Which is very, very sad because it was such a good tool. Really good tool. But I moved it to another destination What's weird on the Vallejo ones, I find, is that where they get clogged, so like, they get clogged way back here instead of right at the tip. So that's a little bit annoying. This actually is a Reaper. But it does have the long spout on it like the Vallejo ones. Well, hello, Trash Panda. How are you? We just went over a whole talk on priming WizKids. Ooh, gonna make dinner. It's dinner time. Are you over in the UK? Pretty good, Trash Panda, pretty good. The visit with the family was really good. Hammy goes to the vet tomorrow to get her follow-up injection, and that should really be helpful. We are going to work on this guy here. Looks to me like I need to get a little bit of I feel like a little ink. Scotland. Okay. Wait, you're in Scotland. Where is Trash Panda? Yeah, no, it's going to be a good thing. So she's been on the oral antibiotics for a couple of weeks, and it makes things go, yeah, it's not good. It's not good. We are going to use a little bit of this ink. I don't actually know what was in that. We're not going to use that cup. And a little bit of this mixture. Hopefully, sorry, my hand gets in the way there. And we're going to do a very little glazing, a light glazing, I should say, on his gold to kind of bring the color down. Turbo Dork. Oh yes, I remember you were struggling with that, about the thinning thing. They said use golden airbrush medium. Yes. So, well, I don't use golden. I seem to have pretty good luck with, let me see, wait, let me double check that. I probably should have wrote down who that mixing medium is by. I'm going to say probably Liquitex on my end because, you know, the whole Liquitex thing. Hang on. Let me double check. Well, that's interesting. I went and bought another 15-ounce gloss varnish. I already have one. Is one of the things, depending on what I'm doing. But I was telling people to use the mixing medium and very small amounts of distilled water, because it keeps, the problem is keeping the, with all metallics, keeping the metallic in suspension. And so water tends to cut it to a point where you can't work with it. The other thing I found that worked was that the new GW stuff. It's the mixing medium that you use with the, hang on, contrast paint. Oh, I'm sorry, it's not. It's this. It's actually, yeah, I think though. That's the one that I've been using. It's a polyurethane based. And then I mix it with distilled water, and then that mixes it. But the golden is probably easier for you guys to get a hold of. I would say. I would think it would be easier. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come in here and I'm going to use this ink to develop the shadow areas, so I don't have to paint like in here. All the little shadow areas and everything, I can just kind of lay this in. It's also going to give a little bit more aged effect to the metal, which I like the idea of. And also going to deepen it so that when I come in here with the highlight, it's going to give me the option to create that better volume. It's going to tone it down a little. And I want to make sure to glaze all over the whole thing. I get it a little heavier in the areas where the that's probably going to take several times around. And a little heavier in the areas that are out of the light, and a little heavier in the areas that are in the recesses. So really, you're going to kind of use your ink. I added a small amount of distilled water. You use your ink like making a wash out of it. So you will be able to use it as a wash and as a glaze as we move forward on the project. There, and you see how that kind of is going to soak into these little areas here, and so it's going to create that volume. You see how already the dragon scale is starting to show up a little bit better. There we go. And we'll do that same thing, only we will use the Payne's Gray on the silver. Golden airbrush medium. Actually, you know what, that's interesting. So this is an airbrush medium that I have. But I will look into the golden because I really like their products. And I feel like that product is probably a little easier to get a hold of than this one, especially like if you're in the UK and whatnot. Now we'll get the Payne's Gray, because the Payne's Gray is going to be the color we use on the metal. This is what creates that beautiful blue, that steel blue that I make. Make sure, yeah, that's the Payne's Gray. That's this guy. That's the one that I prefer. And we're going to take it at full strength, first of all, and we're going to come in here and hit the shadow areas with it and cool these shadows down. Okay. It is going to give a very bluish look, but I'm going to kind of like a pin shadow in here, these areas that are out of the light. And it really does create quite the blue effect. So I'm going to feather it out a little bit in some areas so it's not quite as dark. And get kind of all the recesses, you know, underneath of things, in the little areas that are indented like that, so that we get that really nice sense of a shadow. On the opposite side, you know, of the light, because remember, I'm bringing the light from the right. Coming down, we'll get some of these areas with a little bit more. I'm gonna thin it with a little distilled water here in a little spot on the palette just to get a little bit thinner, so I can kind of bring a shadow down. It's kind of thin and we're going to glaze it. right, you know, where this indentation is on the gun. And as you can see, the blue in the steel at this point will start to develop. Now, one of the things we're going to want to do with like the front here, where we're going to say like this gets hot, and we can create that metal burn on it. Get this area underneath here because definite shadow, and of course the area on the back side of his axe, because this area here is probably not going to get on the opposite side, so it will not be getting the same amount of light. In this case, I want to use like the stronger version of it in all these recesses and on this side of the handle. It gets really dark there. We get underneath of it. Back by the hand because his body is probably blocking the light. And then get in here and again, all these little indented places. Hi Juju, how you doing? How you doing? Let's flip him around and look at the back. He's got this backpack. The backpack kind of protrudes out, so we probably want to get up underneath it here in the areas, full strength, in the areas that would be in the shadows. And little indented, wow, sorry, places. It overlaps, and we're going to come in there with a little bit of overbrushing in a minute, but for right now, we're going to really develop the shadows. And then we'll come in and pick it up. Again, this one's a little bit diluted. You see how it kind of starts to make the gun indent there? That's that shadow that we're adding. So it starts to make it look like it goes in there. And then we'll come back to capture right along that shadow where the highlights are in a little bit. But right now, we're building, you see how that works? Right? So you start to get that feel for the shadow. And the more you work with the shadows, the more that you will become accustomed to where they go, how they go on. Sounds like a lot of movement upstairs for Geek's normal job. And in all these little areas here, and then come in here again for the umber ink and capture the areas again. Really does sound like he's moving furniture up. And this one, so this shoulder pad is kind of like facing up into the air. So we're going to get like a lot more shadow at the base of it, including this one here by his face. And then, of course, we're going to want to do this one right here where it folds in. We're going to want to catch those lines a little bit more. And then maybe like right over here on the other side of this goat's head that he's got on his armor. And it it might take a couple of rounds to get that just right. The back of this, I'm going to put like a drop of the plain. Fair warning, the inks oftentimes do stain right through your palette paper and onto your sponge. Underneath, one of the things that I do is a double palette paper. I also, as you can see, work with the inks in these little ink pots. I'm taking that ink straight and getting in these really hyper shadowed areas where the metal overlaps, or that is the exact opposite side of the light. So I can get some volumes building better. We're going to go ahead and put that right here also. And right on the other side, we're going to go around the goat's head. But really pump it up on the other side of the goat's head because the light is going to be giving a good deep shadow right there. Okay, so now we got that gold kind of built, and we've even got that blue steel kind of built. And that's just with little inks, right? And we did a little bit on the steel over here. Now, one of the things I was thinking, he's got like these flames on his steel. And I was thinking about maybe we could paint those flames like one of the colors, maybe orange, and then get a little bit of glow going on with it. We are going to need some plain black out on the palette over here. And I do believe I took the plain black. I don't know. This is not all the colors. I'm going to go really quick and see about more colors left over. Pretty crazy. I mean, I found a gold and a magenta over there, but not the other colors. So, I don't know. I don't know. All right. So, we're going to need a plain black, and I've got, actually, I found my Vallejo black, which is really, really cool. I actually really do kind of appreciate that. I was using the Procryl black is really good. It's nice and matte. The Procryl black. Oh, and here is a color I actually needed to develop a couple of areas on the blue steel. All right, let's put a little bit of plain black out over here in our really dark color area. And then I've got this blue steel. I'm going to push this back. Can you guys, yeah, you guys can still see that. Great. Oh my goodness, what was that? What? Oh, it's coming from here. Oh, so launched itself. I didn't click that. Where did that come from?
Don't know.
Okay. All right. So weird. I have no idea. Spotify just randomly launched itself off here on the left side, and I'm like, what the? Sorry, guys. Hopefully that didn't blare your ears out like it did mine. I was going to bring up my little black box here. Excellent. Okay. So back to that part. We're going to put a little bit of this. So this is a Steel Blue by Vallejo. And then the plain black by Vallejo. I believe it's just their standard black. And those two colors, well, not the blue specifically, I'm going to use to kind of deepen and create more blue on the gun. I know, I was like, what is that random blare of music? So we can get into the shadows and whatnot. Also, we are going to, I don't, you know, I'm pretty sure that the color that I'm going to use 6 shooter, but I'm pretty sure that one of the colors we were using was just like a gunmetal on the metal of the gun. The bright silver I like to save, again, that whole concept of bringing it back up. If I keep the color a little bit deeper, then when I go to highlight, I have options. My insurance policy. Let me see what color we've got going on here. So yeah. Now, Paint Monkey said that he contacted Turbo Dork about thinning the paints, and they're recommending the golden mixing medium. So I don't have the golden mixing medium, but I've got another brand that I like pretty well. But it makes sense to, it does make sense to thin it with a mixing medium because it will help keep your metallic in suspension. You know what's weird though? You know, mixing medium smells like PVA to me. Which I'm wondering, because some mixing mediums are polyurethane. Right? But you know what white glue smells like. Like it has a very specific smell. All right. So we're going to come through here and I'm going to pick up some of the areas, glazing this like kind of even over some of the areas. Just to pick the metallic effect up. We are using a little bit deeper metallic at this point, but we're hitting the areas that might be a little more raised, a little more in the light. And we're giving a thin layer. This is a little bit deeper metallic so that we're going to get those layers of metallic when we go. I believe Tin Star is our highlight. Honestly, any really intense silver that you might have. I mean, you could have that. GW has one that we can use. Pretty much everybody's got like a really super bright silver. So whatever that really bright silver is from the company that you're using, you can go there and you can use that, because any one of them will work as long as you thin it to get those highlights in. I've got gunmetal, which is a little bit darker. That's the one I think we started with. Let me see. I'm pretty sure I've got EW as well. I'm pretty sure EW is off the top of my head. Hold on. I have a room thing. Room thing's probably bright enough. I haven't used any GW paints in a while. One thing I do have to say about the GW paints, they really do mix well on the GW, and the size of the container and the Procryls mix really well on a Vortex mixer. Like, super good. Yeah, we can put a little bit of this out. This is going to work really good. And you want to just keep it a little bit thin, but all I'm going to do is just give myself, again, we're kind of creating that map. So we'll just bring this up a little bit, that up a little bit. You know, we got the light coming from this side, so we can just sort of glaze that right in there. And this is going to help you. You're going to go over the shadows a little bit as you come in with the lighter one. And we can even go lighter than this. But you will all of a sudden see the areas that have the light on them begin to pop out. Like, look at that backpack back there, right? And you can hit the top of it. Hitting the edges of this, right? The side with the light, and you'll see it start to kind of take shape, right? Really, on this backpack, we're going to need to even come in, like we've got one that's almost a white silver, and you'll want to get a really bright one to give you your super intense reflections. You can actually use your TMM, True Metallic Metals, and if when done correctly, if you use that formula for the non-metallic metals, 100%, and really give your metals some amazing levels of volume. That's what I'm looking for, is the volume word. So if you take that color, that really bright silver, and you mix that really bright silver with a little bit of your gold, you create a really super bright gold look. And then, like, on the side that you're going to make the light coming in, right? And then all of a sudden you have this super sexy highlight. And the areas that the light's going to be really super crispy. And then, like, on your little metallic little scales. And all of a sudden it starts to, like, really super pop, right? And again, that's, you're mixing a little bit of silver right into the gold and the areas that are going to have, and it's very thin. And then each time that you put it on, you will kind of bring your line in. So the next time you'll go with a little bit more silver, and you want to kind of off, you're just going to make your line smaller, right? In the case of his scales. We haven't quite developed all of the depth in the scale, so we don't want to get excited with those yet on his scale mail. I don't want to get excited yet and get too much of that in until I get some really good depth in this area where it's folding and around the goat's head. So, and then of course, you know, on the back, we want to get some, you could even go cold shadow on this back, but I'm really trying to keep it in the same family. We will go in with a little cool glaze in a minute, but for right now, trying to keep it in the same family. It seems extremely quiet for a Tuesday. Can you guys hear music? I don't hear. Hold on. There we go. Okay. I'm going to take a little bit of Payne's Gray. I mixed it with the burnt umber. Now you see how much more volume I just got out of that? Because the Payne's Gray is a lot darker. And just in a few choice areas, I will come in and use it like that to really bring in the shadow depth. What we do want to do probably underneath, because over here we're getting no light at all, is definitely bring that shadow up underneath of that shoulder pad. So really, really focusing on what we can do. He's tiny. A lot of little, what can we do to really make these little accents stand out? And so a little bit of this right along those jewels is definitely going to do it for you. And we got to look at that. Now do you see the volume on that scale? Wait till we come in and put the highlights on that. Then it's going to be like out of this world. Okay. So now we just got to come in and bring those medium tones on the red, all the fire red areas up. And we were using a few reds. One of the reds I kind of wanted to get out was the clear red by our Reaper. We may not use that immediately. But it's a really true red. Little bit to the warm side. Got that big one, the great big one, Bronze Archer. We use the Typhoon, and also we sponsor the Typhoon. So we have if you use, when you buy your Typhoon, if you use Captain Madlove, just spelled like my name, when you purchase it, for every 10 Typhoons that we sell through the Typhoon mixers, we will give one away. So we are working on that. Oh, I actually have a really yellow Turbo Dork. How interesting is that? And you know what I'd like to do? Ooh, I'd like to do, I think would be really delicious.
pump up the volume on the red in those highlights for you guys. Yes. So weird how I don't exactly know how this happened, but it's like there's green in my lemon yellow. It's the weirdest thing ever. Like it got in the beaker. Like in the lid, even. So weird. And I know this isn't the green lid because it's got the yellow on the top. So anyway, it was so quiet. I had to wonder if there was a lot of people out there streaming today. Because generally, Tuesdays are pretty busy in here. And it was just so quiet. No. Hello, Banshira. Oh, no. I just meant the number of people that were in here, not quiet in the chat. Yeah, Tuesdays are usually kind of quiet in the chat. That is true. That is true. How are things with you, Banshira? Banshira. It's when I face away from the mic, right? Probably when I'm at the mixer, Derpy Panda. Probably when I'm at the mixer. When I go over to the mixer, yeah, it fades me away. All right, so now we're gonna come in here, right? And we're just gonna determine the different places, like that there is light and there isn't light. First of all, we wanna get a little bit of that black that we have, right? And so I'm using a burgundy wine by Reaper and a little plain black over here where I'm mixing it up, right? And it's like a really super dark red. And what I'm going to do with that is I'm going to put that in between the fingers and around the recesses of the hand and everything here over by the gun where his red glove. I'm going to use that as the shadow. Really super dark, okay? And I am using, oops, sorry guys. Hi, Acid. Ooh. You know what?
Stay on
That, thank you, baby. That happens sometimes. So what does anybody else out there think about that? What do you do when you're painting a mini and then you come back to it and you blew your cover? How are you doing, honey? And you come back to your mini and then you don't like the paint scheme anymore and you want to change it. What do you do? So I'm using an ugly brush because I'm shoving the shadows into the recesses, okay? So I want to get these shadows in these little recesses here, and in order to do that, I've got to push that paint back a little bit. So I mix up a nice dark color, and I use a brush that it's not going to hurt the tip to do that. Let's see what people have to say. Oh, good. I got sick on the second one. Let's see. Troll Painting says they strip it and start over and use some test models to get it nailed down. Okay, who else? Let's get some input on this. I am curious about this myself. What do you guys think? So you painted a mini and you're not done with it, and then you come back to it and you don't like the color scheme anymore. So I'm painting all of the darker areas on the metal. Notice, right? You'll see when I come in with the light color. We're going to go like, you know, in the little recesses of the shoe to get that overlapping metal.
place kind of where the shoe connects, right? All the overlapping metal over here. So Hatter says that he generally just sets it aside and paints something else. So Austrial spends a lot of time prepping. So what do you think about that prepping, Austrial? What do you do? Do you like do a digital format online? Do you sketch it out on the mini and then sit back and take a look at what you have? Tell us what that prep process is. Notice what I'm doing? I'm going to come in here with the medium tones, but right now I decided to go ahead and come in here, and because we had somebody in here that really was working on this part of it, I thought it would be a really good idea to come in here and take a look at getting the shadows worked in. Now, a lot of times I save the shadows to glaze in for last. I'm actually kind of doing a little rapid sketch on the shadows right now. So that we have very respectable volume when we come in to address this. Now you'll notice it almost looks black and red. We are saving these for last. Oh, what we are going to do though is we are going to come in here and we're going to get these. I want to get those edges. Let's see. Banchera says, I know I want something sinister, but don't lose that deep sea underwater aspect. And so when your last theme, your color scheme, what was it that dissatisfied you about it? Is it possible that, I mean, do you know for sure that it's the color scheme that's got you and not that part where you get to that part in the mini where it's, you know, it hits this phase where you're not getting what you want out of it, sort of a thing? Complementary, Austrial. Complementary. So for me, I like to look at nature and animals. I'm rarely, it doesn't happen to me a lot. It has happened to me that I've set one aside for so long that I no longer liked my painting style on it, because I am finding my way to my own personal painting style. I don't necessarily have a color that I think is specifically independent unto me, but maybe a style that's definitely developing. And then I'll get back to it and I'm like, I don't like that painting style anymore. And then I have to not paint it over again. Ooh, fish are fun. I love fish, but they don't look sinister. Yeah, blue, and it's also complementary. Complementary oftentimes looks, well, it either looks elaborate or sinister, but definitely like a greens and red, teal, I think, and red, teal up, a red and purple kind of have this doomy kind of a look to it. Deep purples. I was thinking like what's her name? Maybe a what's her name? Maleficent, not Maleficent. Ursula kind of a thing. Black and purple with some greens to accentuate. Okay, so now that we've got all that worked in, now the depth on his scale mail is developed, so you could go in for your scale mail highlights at that point. Remember, we've mixed a little bit of silver with that highlight color, and you want to not have too much on your brush. You want to do a little over brushing, so you're going to catch the areas that are standing out in the light. We're going to get this little edge here. You don't want this in the recesses, so it might even do you good to kind of pick out the scales that you're going to lift, because you don't want it to end up falling into all your recesses and then your shadows becoming part of your highlight. And it's not that many scales really, you know, to catch with that. We're only doing a few by kind of staggering a little one here or there. When you do this, just you may be catching a little one somewhere that's not really perfectly in the light. Will help with movement. It does take layers. It takes layers. But you can kind of see that developing, right? Same thing on his armor that's on his body. Just kind of getting a little bit of highlight as the light comes across, because metal likes to reflect the light around it. This is the side the light is coming from, so we're going to come in here and make sure we get real good volumes on these. Pumping that just little layers, little layers. Oh, I wonder if that's the one that people have been telling me is similar to a couple of the weird purples that I'm using that I love so much. I bet it is. If Dave were here, I could check, because I think Dave might have been the one that recommended it to me. Again, sneaking a little bit of light in on this side over here to pump the volume. Pump the volume. Okay. Right here. You actually can, when you're all done, in the very, very edges that are super highlighted, you can 100% go with the smallest amount of white, and it'll work. Right? Are you catching it now? See how that the metal here is starting to really take effect? Like you're really getting little bits, just like tiny in the shadow area, because we want that. See how that little bit of reflection, but it's in the shadow area. And that's going to really bring you some depth, right? See how that works? That's on the shadow side. But we're getting the little areas that might stand out a little bit and get just a tiny bit of light. Right? Yeah, that works. Now we're going to go in for the little scales. I'm so there with you. I love in music. How are you doing, my dear? I'm actually fighting one that's trying to grab a hold and stay right now. It hasn't gone full blown, but it's really trying. You're doing better though, right, my dear? Now do you see? Okay. Right? I just caught a couple of them right down here in the shadow area, even though technically, you know, maybe not, but I chose two that are kind of poking out a little bit. Look like they might be a good subject. Oh, thank goodness. I know, right? You know, I did the same thing and I was like, wait, usually, and then Dave said, because I do require quite a bit of caffeine, chase mine away. So Dave suggested that I go get some more coffee, and I did, and that made it a little bit better. Here we go. Now you'll really see this popping out here as we go in here and lift this. Yeah, this is just this stream's been just all about getting the focus in because being a little bit out of it. There we go. Now do you see it? How that light just kind of sneaks in there. You see the shoulder pads, how that just really helps make things pop a little bit more, right? Same thing here. Spin him around. Take that one more time. And bring those highlights right on up to the tips. Well, I'm at least glad that that rash is gone. That had me a little bit concerned, Love and Music, really. I was like, damn. I know, right? Oh, the chat went back. Hey, Dave. Yeah, I just am not, you know, not all here either. Love and Music, so I get it. There we go. Right? And again, got all those places. Now we're going to come back in here. I'm going to take the deepest of the actually, no, I'm not even going to go metallic. I'm totally going to go black. I will mix a little bit of steel blue in there just to get that kind of cold and do the handle of the gun here. This will help clean things up, and this will also cool the gun down against the warm armor that we've got made here. And so still, even though it's all really dark and in the shadows, it will create just the right amount of complementary so that this will stand out away from the body in the shadows. This is the handle of the gun that we're discussing here. I'm going to get underneath the bottom. Oh, thank you very much. Yep, that's a little, I'm glad you appreciate it, my dear. That's a little different than the last time. This one is this is the rose gold with a lavender wash. It's mermaid hair. It's actually a little bit more pink in it when we're on screen here than in real life because there's a little more red in my camera. There we go. Okay, so what I did is I just added a wee bit of that steel blue to the black to get this to stand up off of his really dark britches a little bit. Okay, then we're just going to take that color and, oh, I don't even have any white out. Let's get some white. I'm going to put a little white out. I am going to use linen white. Actually, no, I'm not, because the linen white is warm. I'm going to use glacier blue. Yeah, right, Dave. I'm sure that Geek would love that. So glacier blue is a tiny bit. It's white with a little bit of what almost looks like purple in it. And I'm going to use the tiniest bit of that in the steel blue. Or I should say tiny bit of steel blue. To create a highlight with it. And you'll see it over here on the palette. It's going to create a pretty vibrant blue. And we want different levels of that. And I'm just going to want to put a little bit of that in here because this is the side with the light. So I'm going to want a little bit of that on a few areas of the gun. Which when put on really thin is going to be a rather almost a grayish blue, a little bit of a highlight. I am using it nice and thin so that I'm able to come in here and adjust, not to get too excited, because it is the side with the light. I would like a little bit of shape added to the gun, but just to get it to stand away from his body. Okay, so it's kind of like highlights in the shadows, believe it or not. So I call them secondary, primary shadows, secondary shadows. Blaze in a little bit more of that blue. This also is going to help us really tie it in with his other miniatures because remember they have the blue. So it really does actually kind of make sense to go with a little bit of this blue feel. Okay. We probably don't need to really do too much else to that because of where it is sitting. Oh, palette, he's over behind the paints, Dave. Right. Then we need to come in for a little bit of that Payne's gray straight and get these darker gun areas one more time. This is going to be more like a line highlight, like line highlighting, right? So we want to get the areas that are really recesses, okay? So we're not doing any serious blending or anything. We're just getting the areas that are recessed with this. So we can really make sure that those shadows are in their places. before we come in here and get crazy with the highlighting. That little area, I think, actually needed a little bit more. But I'm actually going to come up there and really get some serious highlights. And down here, we're gonna need to tone this down. So guys, earlier, you know, so my head was just kind of whopping me. Earlier we got rated, hold on just a minute, by Roja. And I seriously, Dave, can we get a shout out for Roja? I think you guys should definitely go give them a follow. It's so nice when somebody raids us and we meet new people. I like to try to, and I'm realizing now as I look in here that there's a piece of the gun right here. That's all part of the handle. Now, as I'm looking at him and breaking him down, I can see that. I thought it was part of his glove, but now I realize that that's not glove, that's handle of gun. So, again, just getting a little bit of this blue, like it's snuck in there, just so we can separate it, right? It's just, it's like a highlight in the shadows. So we keep it deep, but at the same time, you get that visual there. That visual is going to help us see. Want to see what's going on. Go. Yeah, much better. Oh, would be Rojo, which is V-A-C-A-R, Vacarojo. Vacarojo is, and I believe it's like a maybe a shade of color. V-A-C-A-R-O-J-O. All right, now we're coming in to put in the mid-tone red. All right, so we're gonna mix that mid-tone red. It's gonna be like our maybe secondary shadow. Over here, I've taken a little bit of the wine, burgundy wine, mixed it with a little bit of red, and we're going to go in here into the areas where we have shadows. So we're going on the shadowed side with this. In the areas where you feel like you can bring up the volume. See? We haven't gone full volume on it yet, and leaving the areas open that are going to be more for the highlights. You can also paint over the areas if you keep in mind to remember right into your shadows, glazing over a little bit. Okay, I'll show you how that's done. We're just blocking it in, right? Because we're going to come in with another red and we're going to lighten it up. So this being your secondary, why not go ahead and cover all those areas, one would think, because at least this way, as long as you are not painting over all of your details too many times. What you see now? Better? Yeah, there you go. You see it happening? So this secondary will become, once we get the next step of red, this one will become like the first shadow. And it will stay in the darker areas. And the other one will then take up the highlights for you. A little bit. I think you were here when I did, Dave. I think I told you I absolutely loved them. I was painting on my Ilther. Yeah, I painted on Ilther with them. I have not opened the magenta yet, being as you told me I was going to squee, so I didn't want to open them and not have it on film, because if I do, then Geek's going to want to keep that.
But it's not a thing about making it accurate.
Okay, thinning.
Making it feel right.
I want to thin this and add a little bit more of the burgundy wine and just kind of bring up a little bit this area of, what did you say was a bodysuit in these little buttocks places right here? A little bit, just to get a little bit more dimension right there in that. And go back to that red, and we're this is the, remember, this is like a secondary shadow, but and you'll see that once we add the red that is the highlight. Body glove. It's a body glove. I haven't opened the magenta. I haven't opened the magenta, Dave.
If it's an accident, that's an error that feels good, then you leave it in. You want those.
All right, I'm going to go back for some of this burgundy, and I'm going to thin it. And I'm going to glaze this area of his glove where it dips in. I can smooth that out.
It's not a thing about making it accurate.
I do a little wet blending right there.
It's about making it feel right.
Bring those two colors together. So doing some wet blending here, getting the dark colors and the red colors, because I kind of like going from a smoke
But it's not a thing about making it accurate.
to a yellow.
It's not about getting all the errors out. It's about getting it.
I haven't decided if I want to actually paint flames on it or if we're going to go with kind of like a lava effect. Lava is something I pretty much enjoy, so we're probably going to kind of end up in that area. Maybe anybody that's been around long enough knows that I do definitely enjoy my lava. This is all wet blending that I'm doing here. Yellow with a little more pigment might really make it pop. Keeping in mind that not all colors, speaking colors, we're not talking color wheel, not all colors, when mixed together in the colors you think they might make, like, you know, for example, yellow and red will not always, not all brands will make orange. Sometimes it makes mud and it's really frustrating.
If it's an accident, that's an error that feels good, then you leave it in.
So I'm kind of going up the body of the headdress. I created the orange, and then in between I kind of take the excess off the paper towel, come back for the dark. If I can get that smoldery area there kind of mixed in. Come back for the yellow. I'm really just kind of pushing the paint together at this point. Bring it to a kind of a tip. When I get to the tip, I'll go with like more of a lemon yellow there. More of the gold yellow here. And then back down to the red again. The nice thing about wet blending is that you can get your colors layered all at the same time as you are building. So it really does turn out to be quite effective for a lot of things. We'll have to do like a little session on stippling at some point. I can show you guys how to get that wet blending and stippling all together. When you're learning to wet blend, one of the things that I find really does help is using a little bit of paint retarder in your mix. And you can glaze using a plain wet brush there as we get down to the bottom portion. Take that plain wet brush and be able to get your areas brought together by thinning the paint right on the model and glazing the colors one after the other, and then we get kind of a fiery blend of it. That's going to need to dry so that when we come back to it, I think we'll be ordering a few pots of magenta. Oh yeah, right. Oh goody. Bitter brush. Hello. Hi. Yeah, and some yellow and blacks. Yeah, some yellow and blacks will make rain now. So I'm gonna like stand and see, like, do I like this, or do I want to, you know, start it lower and then, like, do I want to go in reverse? I don't know. I kind of like moving the yellow up. I think I'm pretty fond of that. Now that we've got that there, we got to do that on. Now, this being the exception to the rule of what we're doing. Okay, like the all the shadows and everything. This headdress is going to be the exception to that rule. So we'll do that. We'll do that again. Getting that burgundy color right here. I just take that color and dry it off. And then where those two colors meet, I just kind of dance the brush around between those two and drag that dark color up into that lighter color. When you're first doing it, we got to get orange here before we go into the yellow. When you're first doing it, you might find that you don't exactly get gradient or color that you like, and that's okay, because in reality it just takes a little bit of practice, and that is the truth of it. It's really all about the practice. Orange, and then maybe drag a little bit of that red down here, and the two, the orange and the red together. Pull this up a little bit. I'm just drying the paper towel off in between. I mean, I'm drying the brush on the paper towel. That's what I meant to say. Paints are all still a little bit wet because they're moving really quickly. Get a little bit of that burgundy. Rinse the brush off. And we can kind of feather that burgundy onto the red there. Maybe feather it back down. Get a wee bit of the red. And ultimately, we're going to get this evened out. We want to get a little bit of that lemon yellow. The lemon yellow works very similar to a glaze because it is a semi-transparent. So we'll work the lemon yellow on there and then glaze it down into the orange. Plain wet brush. A little bit more right around here. Rub a little bit of that back. Bring that red back in. Pretty soon the blend will kind of start to do what you want it to do. Oh, got a fiber, and that, of course, is going to screw me up. Damn it. Okay, might be able to fix this with the red. That kind of messed things up. I had to go into an area of paint where I shouldn't have, but let's see. Let's see what I can do here. Good news is you can always glaze over. Take a little bit of red right there and a little bit of yellow right there, and then we're gonna mix that orange and glaze it on up and down, and I'm gonna fix that spot where I had to tick that fiber off of it.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Thank you so much for that follow. There we go. Now we should be able to fix that pretty good. Like when we come in and glaze, I can't do too much. Blend. You'll notice that there's kind of a line right there, but because I had to pluck that, shove that fiber off of there, I got to kind of let that dry so I can come back in and blend a little more. Pow Guy, thank you so much for the follow. So there we got the red gradient happening on the back right there. That's kind of the little, but it's okay because see, this requires a whole nother layer, and so does that. So it's going to be fine. It's much better than the pock mark that I left. Sometimes when a fiber floats around and gets on your work, then you got to get it, you got to pull it off of there, and it drug down into where the paint wasn't quite dry. So when I pulled it, I lifted the paint as well, but that's down here. So fortunately, we're going to be able to fix that with glazing. Welcome aboard, Pow Guy, and what are you working on today? It is Technical Tuesday. We are 100% open to Q&A. It's a good day to ask questions. Anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask. Don't be shy. Today is a really good day for it. Dave is also back from getting food, so We've got him out there, different perspectives. Wavy's out there. Coming in with a little bit of that bright silver, getting in those serious highlights on some of the edges. Choosing certain spots just to really bring the light in and make this pop. Now what will fix these is going to be black. So they're missing their black. Also, right here, that flares out, that flares out. This is on the side that has the light. We got a flare there. Oh, and we got to get this whole guy here. There we go. Now I'm going to come in here and I'm going to pick out these. Okay, so one of the things we can do, so we can get the edge of this. That'll help really bring some dynamics. A little bit of front of that, a little bit of this right here. Definitely there. And I'm even going to take that kind of a lavender white that I have and thin it. And get these edges. Where we can really make it stand out. That's that lavender white, so it's a very cool color. And you'll notice that it gives like a whole nother level to that. We're going to do that same thing over here, thinning. And we're going to come over here and there's going to be some areas that just need to be addressed with that, and we need to be very careful. So when you do this little bit of edge highlighting, try not to thin too much. Because if you do, it might jump the track. So if you're doing a little bit of edge highlighting, keeping it just that right, you're going to have to find that consistency. For me, I find that the consistency of cream, like heavy whipping cream, is ultimately the best. And you want edge highlights to be small. I'm getting a few areas that I think some glints would work to carry the volume a little farther. So tiny little areas, little bits of corner highlighting, or maybe you have a teeny tiny corner, the edge of something really small. And something really interesting that you can do after you've done this, if you don't like the pure white, ooh, you're probably right, you are. If you don't like the pure white, thin, really thin your brightest silver and glaze over it. Thank you, Scooter. If you glaze over it, you'll still have that little bit of a white background. I'll show you what it looks like here in just a minute. Let's make a stripe on this, like right here, with this super bright highlight, okay? Pull it to the middle, right there, see it? And then I'll show you that trick. Let's do that right here too. See it? So it's really, really popping. Okay. Let's come around the front and take a few, like right up here. Let's hit this one here. The edge of this is always a good one because it's an edge. Ooh, round is always good. Little bit in a round area. All right. Okay. Now we're gonna do little tiny corners, little tiny. Of course I do. Yes, Wavy, please pop it in the channel. Also, could you put it in the love gallery, mate? So that on Friday we can, and be sure to leave me an explanation because you know I'm gonna phase it out. So leave me an explanation. Oh my gosh, the hippo. I bet it's the hippo. That's what he's talking about. Oh my God, it turned out so good, Wavy. Oh, I love it. Oh my gosh, you guys, go take a look at that. He won the paint off. Oh, the water looks so good, Wavy. I love that idea. And the base turned out really good. Oh, I love that one. That fifth shot is my favorite. Really, really good. That is excellent, Wavy. I know, and it's so, you really outdid yourself on that one. I gotta tell you, mate, that is beautiful. You guys gonna take a look at that? Hello, Captain Lady Gray, and welcome aboard, my dear. How are you? How's life out there at the new place?
It doesn't matter how much you know about implementation or writing layers or any of these kind of video game terms. None of that matters if you can't write music well.
Oh, thank you so much for showing up. Do give me a I got a few irons in the fire right now, but you are definitely one of the people that I need to talk to, Ron. So just give me a little nudge in the Discord, if you will. I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you for showing up, and oh my gosh, thank you so much. Also, yeah, because I do also want to talk to you about the one you recently finished and find out, you know, a couple of things from you. A couple of things from you.
With everything else that's out there.
Working and lurking. Yeah, I'm back. Family time was really good. And they did such a beautiful job. In Get Your Fucking Paint On, Captain Lady Gray, I posted the art class results for the family that came out. And one of the things that the 9-year-old wanted was to be able to physically paint with me, because they watch now and then on the YouTubes, and she wanted to participate with that. So not only did she participate, but so did her 6-year-old sister and her mother, and it was glorious. We had a beautiful afternoon painting, and it was a very lovely visit. It was a very lovely visit. You know what I'm trying to say.
What's in your head and what's in here, what's in your heart.
Thank you, Bronze. Thank you.
Those two things are what make the best video
All right.
music, in my opinion.
So once those sides dry, we can come back to that. And in the meantime, something we should probably consider right about now is going to get the base colors on our jewels. Now, because our jewels are going to be blue, we're going to choose a nice deep blue. And I think ultramarine blue is going to be perfect for this. Just as the base color, it's a little bit gray, so probably not the one that I would finalize with. Hold on just a moment. Let me make sure I didn't go through both of them. I did. Hang on just a second, you guys.
Take those in your
That's
head
the boo-boo.
and heart, and
Every now and then, one of my tips will get a little bit of dried paint on it. Then it gets a wee bit excited.
or something you learned from reading a book or watching
Yeah, I don't like it to go into them.
I think that's more something
Oh, it was great fun. I've got pictures and everything, and as soon as I get in there and get them all edited and everything, we will do that. I will launch them. Now I was going to show everybody. So after you put those white highlights on there, you come in with your really pretty silver and make a little glaze out of it, your bright silver. And just take that little bright silver and go right over the white. And it adds back your metallic. But keeps that really bright effect. Do you see how it just kind of stays? So, and on the teeny tiny tip areas, you can actually just leave it. But some people do not like the look of the white on the metallic, even though usually those reflections are white. This is as close as you can get without technically having it be white, because you come in with a little layer of metallic and it just makes it look like really bright metallic because it has an underglow. But when you turn the mini around on a spinner or whatever, you get that metallic effect from it. So you kind of get the best of both worlds, that super bright highlight but all the shiny metallic. All right, there, see? Now it no longer looks like a flat white. You could also, glossing over it really does help. Now, one of the things we're going to do really quick is we're going to take a little bit of that steel blue on a brush with a very fine tip, and I'm going to come in here and get this shadow area. I should not use this brush in metallics, but I'm going to use a really deep metallic to get that shadow. But I don't want the shadow super metallic-y. Also, there's an area right up underneath of his chin that I am going to go ahead and do that really dark blue. It's going to set it apart from the red. And then right there on the corner, just where you might be able to see a little bit of light, I'll go ahead and give a little bit of a lighter blue highlight, almost like it's a little bit of blue armor underneath it there. But it'll give the ability for this dragon. He's got a goat's head and a dragon's head, or maybe it's two dragon's heads on him. Oh, thank you, Captain Lady Great. Yeah, we're actually working on that, so that will be that's in the works right now. That is something that we are developing. A little fiber got on it, and I had to pluck it off. So you'll notice the line right there on that one. This one being a little more gradient, and a little line on that, and it kind of made a little pock mark. And I was showing everybody how to fix that when that happens, because inevitably fibers are going to happen, and so now we're repairing it. So here's our little tiny bit of highlight that we're building on his on the red here a little bit, bringing that up to a little more of the burgundy color. We'll also end up with some really dark black in the recesses, with just the smallest amount of the burgundy in it. And or what works, let me let you look at that. So one of the things that also works is to take the Payne's Gray and cool off a shadow. Sometimes getting a little bit of cool in there will create a it's complementary, and so it will calm, deepen the shadows, increase the complementary portion that creates values for you without having to go in with a whole nother color, create another gradient, glaze too much. I shall show you in just a second. Mixing a little bit of warm black in that sometimes helps also. Remember, we were talking about these, I was talking about these little deals here on his leg, right? They just don't have the separation they need. Nothing like a little cool color. Especially on metal. Or down by the ground where we're moving, say, away from the sun. Couple areas here. A little metallic, got a little crazy. See there? To create those seriously contrasting little areas. Now I can go in here and I can grab that beautiful silver, and not supposed to paint metallics with this. Oh, hold on. Looks like I need a little bit more out on the palette there. That wasn't such a fantastic job mixing now. Why that? That'd be where my silver's soaking. Hold on. And we need to do. Whoa. First of all, we'll use that. Secondly, that needs a lot more mix. Totally looked like it was like mixed when you looked at it when it was going around on this son of a gun earlier. Go back to this ugly brush that I can stick in all the metallics of everywhere. I will come back in and fix those. Now, some of these little bright areas I can get with this. Again, bringing the silver up, lays that on there. Over that white, it really makes it stand out good. Now, I haven't got in here and finished the red yet, so we're not going to go for the... Yeah, we're going to do the blue jewels now. Maybe get a little bit of this metallic-y over here. That's, I think 6-shooter by Turbo Dork. Blazing, blazing, people. Blazing that right over the blue, and it looks delicious. Look at that. Right? You can kind of see it go, but you get that feel, We're going to stay with the strap across his chest. There's a strap right across his chest here. We're totally going with the black. Sometimes you need colors to be a base color. You know, like a I guess a canvas color. So, you know, like black, just plain solid black, plain solid white, or plain solid gray. I guess it maybe a neutral. Because they separate things, and we want that sense of separation in some areas. That looks really good. See, it separates his red armor. Now, one of the things we also need to, thank you, Wavy, thank you. One of the things we also need to do is come in there on that red armor and just ever so slightly, like right here maybe, or just a little bit of light is getting in, and maybe right down here. Just to brighten it up. We're just perking it up a little bit, okay? Now we're gonna start right now is when it really starts to take shape. So we're gonna get one of our good brushes, and we'll come in here with a base color. We're gonna use kind of like we're using ultramarine blue. I'm gonna mix ultramarine blue with a little steel blue. Now, one of the things that I forget regularly, I don't know about you guys, but okay, so ultramarine blue is really lethal. A little bit of it goes such a long way, and I always end up over mixing. So it's definitely not half and half. Hello, Corvus. And what we're going to do is come in here. How are you today? If you have any work that you'd like to share today that you've been working on while I've been gone, please feel free to pop it in the chat. The link. So we're going to do all these blues with a couple of coats of it, all these jewels with a couple of coats of this. This is to tie it in to match his wires. So his wires had some blue. Just a random section of blue. Whoop, whoop. A random section of blue on the armor. And I just felt like doing that random section of blue on this guy was actually going to mess up the concept of his fire armor. And so I decided, well, we'll just go with blue jewels. That way we can tie it in without having to make any of the armor actually blue. And am I right? So on these guys, what are the jewels? I know on the Avatar of Cain, the jewels are all of the souls of the enemies that he's slain. I don't know what they are on these guys. Are they the power? A black box, you guys. Get each and every one of them. Want to get ample coats of paint on there so they really show up. Trying to get them all. Sometimes some of those jewels are a little sneaky on these guys, I noticed. Ooh. Guess we totally got to remember that one, huh? Now, these two probably going to end up having to come back in here and paint over and over and over again because we still have not developed all of the shadowing in here, but that's all right. This part is really going to give us some perspective. And all of those that are on the side of the, and we were going to do blue and yellow on those. So these, now we've got the shadows set in this. So these we can come in here and we can do. Although when we do the shadow on the side and the blending, it's highly possible that it will end up being a situation where interesting. Now the same number on each side. Now this is just going to give you a lot more, as the colors and being complementary, you get to develop a sense of what the complementary does to be able to really build the volume of the whole miniature. And of course, finding all the jewels. And then we're going to have to practice the light. Oh, there's one. we have to practice the light because every jewel is not going to be the same because of the light. So it won't be a situation where your light on your jewels is all coming from the same perspective on the jewel itself. So it won't be like, you know, oh, the right side is all light, or I mean, it is, but in reference to looking at the jewel as an independent, like let's say the top may not necessarily be the highlight point for every jewel, but only some. Oh, we got to remember this one. And this one. Man, you know, I can see why people wouldn't want to choose this army. Could you imagine painting, like, I bet the big guys have like 50 jewels on just one guy, right? I remember when I painted that Avatar of Cain. Oh, it was like, oh, there's a couple more. Now we could, because we are doing some of these yellow, let us test our bow power here. So yellow will definitely have orange as its shadow. So we'll come in here and we'll do these. Orange, that's going to help with the depth. If you were to create another spot of orange, now that you're looking at it, so remember your frame, right? And then as we come around and we look at the front, and we're looking at the frame, what makes perfect sense is that we choose a couple of places to put those jewels that are going to be yellow. That is the darkest of the yellow. So it's like a really deep orange that is the shadow portion. And those are alternating up the head. We don't want to do, may or may not want to do that middle one, but we definitely want to do yep, and then this one. Yep. Good evening, Dyson. How are you, mate? How's painting going? Pretty good, pretty good. We are working this baby up and it is working out. We're into the details right now, so. Yeah, there's been a lot of that over here too. Now we have options on skulls. So one of the things we've got to do is paint the bottom portion of the helmet. And I'm going to come in with the ugly brush, because that's going to involve a little bit of pushing. Something I may potentially should have thought of, you know, before. I am highlighting the helmet right above the eyes and getting a nice metallic base below the eyes. We are going to take that cool Payne's Gray. And run it right up underneath of that and into the shadow recesses around here. Okay, then one of the things that hadn't been done, we're going to really need a small brush for this, but I kind of wanted to make his eyes glowing. So, you can see all the blurry colors in my hair. You can see the purple, you can see the red, you can see the gold, you can see all the, where is my tiny little brush? That one doesn't keep a tip. Oh, that's definitely a splooging brush. Oh, there we go. All right. So, pure white. We need like really the whitest of the white that you've got. Oh, you need to prime some models. You got good priming weather out there, or do you do the in the airbrush box routine? Hang on just a second, you guys. This is kind of tedious. I want to get just the right shape, as in the opening of his helmet, where the eyes have an opening. I am using one of my brushes that is a good brush, which could be a little bit of an issue, but it came to me with a damaged tip. It was one of the brushes that I was testing. So if you get the, you want it when you're filling a recess, like the eye socket, we want them to look the same, and it's possible that you will have to shape each one little by little in order to get that, because they are not always identical. I can tell you this from personal experience. So we want to get that socket filled in with a really nice bright white, and if you thin the paint a little bit, it'll kind of go to the sides and the recesses a lot easier. At the same time as we do that, I want to get the very ledge above the eye and the ledge below the eye. I should say helmet opening. Then I will go back over it, okay, and I will correct. So we're going to come back in, because if you remember this, so the helmet is bronze, And bronze does really well going over black. So you're able to come in here and make your corrections. So we're looking to get them close to the same shape and size. And sometimes you have to go back and forth. The black can be covered with bronze, so not to worry on that. But you want to try to get it kind of close so that you get good visual when you're looking at this guy when he's on a table. Or if somebody decides to inspect him up close, at least I do. I notice that one eye be a little bit lower than the other, and really that has to do with the black line that's not on the base of one, but is on the base of the other. Here's my sniffles. Let me focus that in for you. One of the things I do too is turn him upside down. When I turn him upside down, I can actually get a really good visual of maybe what I need to fix. It's kind of tedious, but one of the things that I do to get my lines right is add things a dot at a time, so that it's not too intense. You can line up the dots. And in lining up the dots, you make a line. And you're only adding one dot at a time, so it's not as intensive as trying to make a line. Sometimes when you're trying to make a line, it just fouls it all up for you. Now I'm going to take, I need to get this lip right underneath of it so that we can get this glowing effect happening. So it's very monotonous, being as it's a very tiny, tiny little edge on this little fella here. But I think we got him pretty darn close. He looks a little bit like Venom right now. Okay, now we're going to come in here and get that black and ever so a little bit of that burgundy. And we want to come in between these louvers on his face mask. And then we're going to go in and get the metallic. That copper that we're using. Straight. Right, so you can see how you can see that a lot better. We'll use a little bit of brown on that and just a little bit of that umber in a minute. But he's also got these attachments that are like hose attachments. And so I feel like taking a little bit of that bronze and thinning it. I'm going to actually use a wee bit of the umber to thin it with the umber ink. And I'm going to paint those guys with that thinned bronze. A little bit of that ink. Now you can start to see the helmet come out. As the helmet comes out, it starts to make a whole lot more sense. I'm going to thin some lemon yellow, distilled water. That'll help. It's going to be the background of his eyes when we're all said and done, so that'll really help. I'd like to definitely get this we have the deep red shadow, like the almost black shadow. Then we have the deep burgundy shadow. Then we have the secondary red. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to thin the red. That is going to be one of the more dominant colors, and we're going to come in here and we want to doctor with that. Now, mind you, remember that those gems that look bright orange to you are actually the darkest portion of what's going to be a yellow gem. Now we're going to go through, and on the side that has the light, we are going to pull this red, thinned a little bit, onto all the areas. Again, not the entire piece of armor, but just the areas, pulling towards the areas that are going to be highlighted. Doing a little bit of feathering so that we can get our shadows. This should make a considerable difference. Now you'll notice that the armor is actually starting to turn like really red. We will come in here and glaze 100% another shadow. Right now, we're about to build the reds. I'm going over all the areas where I know for sure there's going to be highlight, or where I want to make it pop just a little bit to get a little bit more volume. So maybe we will cheat a tiny bit on that highlight so that we can make this little fella stand out a little better. You know, like say those couple of little fingers right there. Turn them around. Put that on the edge. See how that builds right there? You can really see it on this piece here where we pull it to the corner. Pull it to the top. Sneak a little bit in here. This is not the final highlight, so you can sneak a little bit of this in some areas. Excuse my sniffles, guys. It's that time of year. All right, let us, while that's drying, I'm gonna, now do you see the volume? Okay, so while that's drying, I'm gonna come in here and I'm gonna do a whole crazy ass wet blending routine. And if you remember, I started with a little bit of the burgundy with a little bit of the black to get this smoldery color right. And make sure I got the red and the yellow out. I do. The far superior brush to the one that I was using before, by the way. Okay, a little bit of a gradient going on there. Get that smoldery color right up here around the jewel and at the head. Rinse that brush off. Drag it off on a paper towel and come back with just a wet brush to feather that smolder in right around the base of the head. Okay, do that to the other side. Starting with that smolder. And the burgundy red. Plain red. Wiping that off on the paper towel in between. Going for the yellow. And there's where I make the orange. More yellow. Wipe it off on the paper towel. More yellow. Wipe it off on the paper towel. Red again. Wet brush. Well, hello, troll. Oh my god, long time no see. Whoa. Okay, that's when we call it too much on that brush there. Let's go back and before it's too late, fix that. Ready? Okay, grabbed up that red. Gonna make some orange there. Grab up that burgundy. What are you up to, mate? Go back for that yellow.
Bring that color back down in. There you go. Yeah, sometimes when your brush gets way too much water on it, it'll remove your paint and it's not good. What are you up to, Troll Hole? And to what do we owe this auspicious occasion? Yeah, I actually stream at a different time now on Tuesdays. Turned out that some of the UK wanted to join us making troll butt emotes. Some of the UK wanted to join us, and we were just on really late all the time. And so, yeah, I decided to take a day, and Technical Tuesday was the day when a lot of, there we go, a lot of those folks tuned in. So, okay, that's our first layer of, oh, I see, Paul B. Oh, I get it. See, I always forget that's you and wonder why I can't find you on Discord, you crazy man. How are you, my friend? How are you? We are painting an antique Eldar right now. And we are getting him to the point where, oops, did I get the sides? I did get the sides on that. Okay, we're getting him to the point where it's making sense now. All right, everybody? I think just the last thing for today to do to make it like tie together. What are you up to? And do you have anything you want to share in the channel? Yes. Exactly. That is exactly who it is. Look at you go, as usual. Knowing the stuff. Oh, so I always get this backwards. So, Paul, right. When we're doing the jewel, because I forget this and I have to look it up almost every time, and the light is coming down on the jewel. Is the brightest point of the jewel, my theory, so I did it backwards, I think, the other day. The brightest part of the jewel is the opposite side of the light, right? So like it goes dark, medium, light, but then that highlight is on the opposite side over the very dark. Well, Janani. Guy Janani, thank you so much for that follow. That's what I thought. So that's kind of like the light going through the jewel, but it goes like the dark part. So the light's coming from up here and it's dark, then it's medium, then it's light, but then that fancy bright highlight is at the bottom, like because the light's going through the jewel, right? Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness, Paul. You guys got to go take a look at that. Hey, how you doing, Bobcat? It's nice to see you out there. That pig turned out glorious. I love his face, Paul. Wow. That is a beautiful. His eye and his face is so good. And your chainmail, as always. Battle damage. Oh, the feet. Do you know, because that big giant that you painted, I actually had a friend that gave me just the feet. Absolutely. Oh my goodness. Who is Jose Da Vinci? Oh my goodness. Hi, Raiders. Hi. Holy cow. I don't know that we've met before, you guys. Big raid. In fact, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, Fenor, welcome. Kyrie, welcome. Joe, hi, Joe. How are you doing?
Is it great? Oh, well, welcome to Vinci. I am not following you. I feel terrible. Can you put your information in the chat? Please, if someone will link the information for Da Vinci in the chat.
Welcome aboard the
Oh, that'd be great. And then I could go give a follow. How are you? And oh my goodness, what are you working on? Thank you so much, Joe. Joe, you've got to put the link for your giveaway in the channel while everyone is here, you guys. Joe has a giveaway going and it's pretty epic. Like for real, good stuff. You won't want to miss out on the opportunity to do that. Let me see. Oh my gosh, I am not following. How could I have missed? Oh, do you stream in Spanish, Da Vinci? Da Vinci. I say Da Vinci. They say Da Vinci.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for all the follows, you guys. I am Captain Madlove. I am a friend of Joe Skynet's. Welcome, welcome. We are painting, oops, forgot his name. Had a brain fart. That's kind of a big raid. That's kind of a big raid. Hold on. Oh, really? So the videos are subtitled. Oh, thank you very much, in fact. Thank you. Thank you. Joe Skynet is a friend of everybody. Is he really? Art Studio, welcome aboard. Thank you so much for those follows. Kintaro, thank you for the follow.
Welcome aboard the
Pescador,
Black
thank you for
Pearl.
the follow. Oh my goodness. Joe, is he a friend of everybody's?
aboard the
I
Black
met
Pearl.
Joe on Instagram and I absolutely adore
Welcome
him.
aboard the Black Pearl.
Well, you guys, apparently you've got to go give Da Vinci a follow. Everybody who's in here, go give Da Vinci a follow. Apparently there's YouTubes that are subtitled, and Joe, remember Joe with the flamboyant, colorful artwork that I show in here regularly? Well, apparently he's being recommended, so we definitely want to go do that. Oh, show the Insta. Hold on. The Insta. Ooh, wait. I didn't get the Insta. There we go. Thank you very much, Joe. Oh, yeah, definitely. Let's take a peek. Let's take a peek. You guys want to take a peek? Yeah? Hang on. My computer's just a wee bit low. There we go. Oh my gosh, am I not following? Hold on. Am I? I am following you on Instagram. Oh, and you know what I remember? That white skin. Hold on, let me get something epicus. Epicus. Oh my God, everything is epic. Ooh, everyone will love this. Everyone loves this. Everybody loves a little bit of this guy. Hold on. Let us go to the Love Gallery. Hold on. There we go. Let us see about moving that over. Which way do we move it? This way? There we go. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I missed a whole bunch of that. I didn't get to say hi. Oh, say hi. It is a pleasure. He is the boss of clean, says Cole. Welcome aboard, Cole. Pollock's Pool, welcome. All right, so you guys, now the I cannot. Joe Skynet's got it. So Joe Skynet put some an Instagram and a Twitch in there. You guys definitely want to go give this. He is, yeah, it looks like this is, so this is how I know I'm following you. Because I love white skin. I love albinos. I love it. Isn't that glorious, you guys? Oh my goodness. You want to see, Dave likes to see pustules. There is some beautiful pustules. This is a very good example. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, you guys. Oh, yes. So I do love me some Abby. He's one of those, these pustules are quite disgusting. I'd like you to know. Absolutely. We have to love the disgusting, right, you guys? Ooh, let's see what else. Let's see what else. Oh. Is that you? Why? Right, Joe? I'm not sure if I could pay attention. Whew. Oh my goodness. I think I'm blushing. Ha! Look at those blue eyes. Those blue eyes. Wow. Yeah, right? I know. I don't know if I'd be paying attention to the painting. Ooh, here's something really good. Look at that, you guys. Oh, I know Dave is loving this moment right now. And you speak a foreign language. I couldn't pay attention to you painting. I have to get used to you. I'd have to make the adjustment. My goodness. Well, now we know why I was following on Instagram, but I for some reason missed the, so you guys might want to go to the YouTubes and give a subscription there too, because apparently there's, ooh, look. Non-metallic metal. We all want to do that. Yep. Glowy glow. We love the glows over here. Yes, we do. Yeah. Looks like I'm going to have to go over there and subscribe. I know he has quite a bit of paint, doesn't he? Doesn't he? Oh, look, here's some glowing. We do love the glows here. We do absolutely love the glows here. So Jose, so do you only speak Spanish? Is that why the videos are subtitled? Do you only speak Spanish, no English? Oh, this is some delicious. Ooh, look at this face. Oh, wait. Oh, now we're gonna get sidetracked. Oh, he does not. Oh, look at that face. Oh, my goodness. Okay, I could totally fall down this rabbit hole all the day long. Oh my gosh. That is too much. Now I feel, okay, let me see. So I guess I have to show you, I would need to show you like some of my better work then, or what people feel is better. So we are working on this fellow actually is for the brother of a friend of mine who passed away. And we are making this, is part of his collection. His brother did not finish painting. So I'm finishing a couple of his antique models for him. Oh, that's wonderful. So does that mean you want to come paint with me? Oh, we could have you and Green Art of Colors. So you speak Spanish. Green Art of Colors speaks Italian. I think Green Art of Colors might speak Spanish. Oh, these are fun. In fact, these are antiques. So we are making these for a friend. So most of your the family that came on board mostly speaks Spanish. I need to learn to speak Spanish. That is it. Dolo, I do. When I was a child, I lived in Colombia and Mexico, and I spoke fluent Spanish. Then when we came back to America, we did not speak it. And so I need to learn to speak Spanish. Yeah, I do. So let's see. Looks like you paint a lot of different kinds. So I paint, I paint some of every kind. This is a Lady Allender. This is for a client, a customer and a friend. She's getting ready to, she's broke. We're fixing her. You see the green? We're fixing that. Right there. She fell. I know you would like that. Very colorful, huh, Joe? It's actually it's pretty clean. Let's take a look at the clean. So you like clean work. So it's pretty clean. You can see close up.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
Glow is my favorite. I like glow. OSL is my favorite. So I like to do things.
Welcome aboard the Black Pearl.
So yes, and let's see. Oh, I finished this one. Thank you, Da Vinci. This is, I do some fantasy art. This is a class. I have a student that is was painting one of these with me. This is a class. I like him too, Joe. This is one of my favorites. Is this little character Rocky? I like this character a lot. Let's see. And this is a little bit of Warhammer. This, you can get this from Joe knows where to get this. And Joe, I'm still willing to get some of these for the friends if the friends want to join us to paint one. Exactly, Joe, exactly. Let's see. And maybe one more. So I'm working on this one. This is a display piece. This is a study in black and white. Steps on Mars. It's not quite done. I think we are about 2/3 of the way, I guess. 2/3, I'd say. So Mars, the planet, so that's the OSL, the glow. I like glow and OSL. That's just I just love to do it. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. You know what I thought, Joe? You know the base that you had where it's cracked open and the Necron is down inside? I thought it would make a great, if it was bigger, because this is a big model compared to that. But if it was bigger, would be a good base for this. Don't you think? We could crack it open and make all glowing down from the bottom, the orange, and it would be perfect, but it needs to be bigger. I was wondering, you said you printed that. Can we print it bigger? If I had the STL, can I print it large? Because it would be a great base for this. So yeah, he's we have a pretty respectable sized printer. So it would need to be like twice the size of this guy. I think our printer will accommodate it. I'm going to look into that. You should send me a DM if you could and link me where to get that. And I'll go look and see, because I looked at that when you did. And I thought, oh, that would be perfect. It could just be, okay. I will go look there. But I thought, man, he could just be like stepping over the crack and it would be perfect. You know, with all of that orange glow coming from down inside the planet. But that's what I was currently working on him. And then there's always a little bit of we're not done, but this is a class. Over the weekend I held a class with some kids, a 6-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 8-year-old. Well, actually the 8-year-old didn't paint. But this is taken from the magic card, the Nightmare Pony. Those are the colors that we're working with. The eyes are not going to stay white. They're just prepped to put the fire eyes in. But it was a class with kids. We like to paint My Little Pony in here. We most certainly do. And again, thank you so much for that raid. So I hope everybody that's out there went and gave a follow, because it looks like Jose is definitely worth us giving a follow and checking out that YouTube. And on the subject of YouTube, you guys, although I don't have a lot of content, if you guys would help me out with the numbers, I'm trying to get to 1,000 and I'm just about 500, and I need to get to 1,000, as you know, Jose, to make it a monetary relationship. And I'm really working on that. So if any of you guys are out there willing to give me a free follow, either here and especially on my YouTube, I would greatly appreciate it. And if you just press ! links, all of my links will come up. And do you have a Discord, Jose? Thank you so much, Joe. If you guys could go give a girl a free follow on the YouTubes, I would greatly appreciate it. We're really working hard for those numbers. And I will definitely check out some of this for sure. We do like to have the occasional guest painter from foreign countries if you're interested, Jose. And it's okay if the English is not great. Perfectly fine. I do need to get a little bit of practice with my Spanish, I will tell you that. So really, what were you painting though? I was curious about that. Did you already get it posted on your Instagram? What was he painting, Joe? Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you. Was that today? Let me see if that was today. Oh no. That wasn't today. Ooh, a Space Marine even. Yeah, I got to break out my Space Marines. It is time. So thank you so much. Oh, who just subscribed? Thank you very much. Art Studio. Muchas gracias. Yeah? Muy poquito. Habla muy poquito. But when I was a kid, oh, you couldn't shut me up. You still can't shut me up. It's just that I'm speaking English now. Oh. Well, I appreciate that. That's really helpful. Yeah, so I spoke Spanish. So we lived in Colombia, so I spoke Spanish and Mexican both, Art Studio. But it's funny because a lot of it is very similar, you know? So kind of it cross-referenced. But you know, the last vacation I took to somewhere special was to Mexico. I love Mexico. Mexico is like, oh, I loved living there when I was a kid. It's one of my favorite places I've ever lived. That is the, so to this day, I have trouble finding good Mexican food. Yeah, because we had a maid named Goya, and the food was so good. Oh my gosh! And so it's hard for me. I make my own though. I make my own. When I make it, I like it. But if I go out to a restaurant, not so good. Not so good. So we were working on this guy here, and actually we were just getting to the point where we were getting ready to put a little bit of highlights on his armor. We are building up the volumes, so we have all of the base of his stones put in, and this really is not a show piece, but a piece to play with. Yeah, you have to know what you're looking for. Yeah, you have to know what you're looking for, huh, Art Studio? I would agree with you 100%. So we're working up a few areas, like maybe this little area on the back of his pants here. I was just kind of very lightly getting some little lifted areas of highlight just to make it so it wasn't so dark. So you could actually see the volume of his booty. No, I'm just kidding. And then these were all that like is very stark and silver, so we need to come in there and we need to get a little bit of that Payne's gray, and we need to bring some shadows in here so you can get a little bit of volume from those. So make sure we're focused in. There you go. So we were working on that. I am so honored. Joe, did you bring Jose in here? I am so honored to have you, Jose. Most especially if you are a friend of Joe's, it is really nice. Yeah, so we got to just get some little shadows built on these guys to give them a little bit more pop and separation, right? The lights kind of bleed out when working on the metallics a little bit. Was it your fault, Joe Skynet? I really appreciate it, my friend. I really do. You know, and this is one of the few days that I actually stream at a time period that may be workable too. Because my other days would be very late for you. Now you see how much better that works when you add that dark in there and a little bit, how that highlight just works. And we don't want to attract too much attention to his feet when we're looking from the front, right? So you want to keep those highlights just in the right places. You just get a little peek of it from the front. Then we're going to come in and you want to get on the armor, we start to build it. And as we start to build it, to elevate it, we want to get to where we're highlighting with a little orange. So now we have all of this red, but we want to bring in, I'm going to use the clear red because the pigment is so pure. And we want to get almost a red orange. So not necessarily that super, like we don't want this color. You know, we don't want that. Not yet anyway, okay? We want to try, if you can mix the colors, your gradient, if you can mix the colors rather than using the colors separated or mix your colors into that separated color, then you will get a better gradient. You know, and I'm telling you what, he's going to be a guest on my Patreon at some point, but for sure we're going to do a little co-stream together and we'll give it a run. Joe is, because I love his color explosion. And so we're gonna join forces and he's gonna show the crew how to make the color explosion, but still keep the depth of the miniature, which is a lot of times when there's too much color explosion, you lose the miniature. And so I really respect the fact that Joe has like, wow, the colors, right? But still, you can see it. I know, and you know what, Joe? They raised the prices. When COVID happened, the price of the cameras got so expensive, right? So then you're going to take that orange and you're going to pull that orange, and mind you now, I thinned it, right? I thinned it. And you're not going to cover the whole area that you did in red, but you're going to cover part of it, bringing the orange up to the peak. Pull the brush the direction that you want the highest highlight to be. Pull the brush towards that, okay? So like on his foot here, the highest highlight's going to be the up, right? So pull the highlight towards that. In this case right here, it's this little tiny point sticking out. We're not getting too crazy, but you notice that gradient, right? So now I thin it with a little bit, remember the distilled water and a little bit of the paint retarder, and you're going to pull to the area that you want the most, like right to the tip. We're pulling right to the very edge of the armor right there, getting that little bit of, and then when you go, like when you got a little swirl like this, you can use the side of the brush and line up those little dots. Just line them up that way. You don't have to, if you use the tip, it can bend different directions and get in your little recesses. So kind of using the side of the brush, you might have better luck. There's an edge to that armor right there that you're going to want to get. Again, over here, I'm still kind of using the side of the tip as I get in here. Pulling. Again, pulling towards the light. Remember, the light is up here. That's where we're pretending the light is coming from. So we're going to pull towards that light. Right? Looking all around, maybe a little bit on that thumb, on that, just to make those pop a little bit. That's that cheating highlight. Thank you, Joe. We are working on getting these manufactured. When I get them, I will make sure you get one. Okay, my friend? Yeah, we're working on that right now. It's called the Captain's Cannonball. Timidolo, it is called the Captain's Cannonball. Thank you, Joe. Yes, I have I have a problematic spine, Timidolo. My spine is not right. It's broken basically. The discs in the spine have like pieces that break off, and calcium that builds around them. Is very, very painful. And so the doctor said that I would not be able to paint anymore unless I had to get the posture fixed. So we had to get this shoulder's broken. Okay. And right here on my neck, and then right here on my neck, and then my lower spine. And so if we didn't get everything going up and the shoulders, because you know when you paint you go like this all the time, right? So he said I had to open it up and had to bring the hands up. Well, also my elbows from smashing them into the door when I was a kid. And so when you're on your elbows, and even if you put padding, the elbows are too high. See, I can't paint like this. And it's too close together. So when you bring these up, elbows on the chair, right? And the ball. And look at the shoulders. So like this, right? Watch my shoulders. And that's what the doctor was, so we could correct the neck. So finally, we can't fix it. We can only reduce the pain. Correct. And also, if you have to have the right kind of the chair, because if you're up here, you're pulling the spine forward. And so there's a place in the back where you get a hunch. So what the doctor wanted me to do was pull the elbows backward and drop them. So the elbows are straight like that. And so I had this ball in my stuff and decided I was going to give it a try. And also the camera should be like right about there. And so because where the problem is, soon enough, we will have this ball available for people. And what we're going to do is, Joe, we've decided to make the ball and then let people fill it with their own sand. We're going to get a funnel and a different style of opening and let people fill it with their own sand. That way the weight won't be so bad to send it all over the world. Yeah, it definitely changed everything. Yes, it is Art Studio. It is, and so also we have a partner who is he engineers things. He's an inventor, and he created a miniature holder. So one of the problems I was having, think about this, right? So when let's use a better holder. Let's just use a regular holder. Hold on for just a minute. Let's use a regular holder, okay? So here we're going to use a regular holder, okay? And so now you got the ball, and you're going to use a regular holder. Well, now we got a little bit of a problem, right? Because of normally you're going to turn it, and you're going to right and turn it and right. But the ball is in the way now. Exactly. And the floating, oh my gosh. I had to put tacky on my desk to stick it. There. So Slay, that is my inventor friend there. That is one of our partners, is Captain Slaymore. And so he watches me paint all the time. And he said, well, there's a problem. So my hands, I was getting, when I had the mini, now watch, right? It's right on my knuckle, right on my knuckle. And my hands started cramping up. Thank you, Scooter. And so he was watching me and he said, I think you need a different style of mini holder. So he designed one for me that you can get to use while you're using this ball that don't put the whole weight right on that one pinky knuckle. So if you had this on the end of that mini holder, you can rest your hand like this. You can put it between your fingers like that. So it made it to where we could accommodate the ball, because also one of the problems I have is my miniature falls off my ball all the time. Yes, you are correct, Art Studio, and I am getting black. I am. Worst case scenario, paintable rubber, so that you can just paint it black. You are correct. When I do my tutorials, gray is not too bad, but you know what? This one messes with my lights. So we're going to be getting, the other thing I was thinking too was maybe a cover would be a good idea in case you needed different colors, because when you're painting black, it's better to have this gray one. But if I'm painting something lighter, it's better to have a darker one. Of course you can, Slay. So the Grim Grip is Captain Slaymore designed the mini holder. He's going to put a link in here so you guys can go take a look at it. So it's going to be the mini holder that you can, if you have this ball and then you find that your miniature holder does not work the way you want it to with this ball, but the ball helps your back, then you would maybe want to get a miniature holder like that. So also what he noticed is that, so my hands get cramped regularly, and part of my hand cramping is from holding this all the time and also having to turn it. I have one I like, this one. I like this one because you can push it between your fingers, and I can hold a mini like this, right? This is the only one, and then I can put it this way, and look, I can turn the mini upside down and paint them in, right? So this one I'm keeping, but the rest of them have always been a little frustrating for me since I got the ball. I know you do, Bad Paint, and we're working on it. We're working on it. We have to find somebody that will let us, that can manufacture it and not make us buy like 1,000. But I was thinking, you guys, too, we are considering this. We're considering doing a Kickstarter for it. If we did it that way, then we could make the 1,000 order. You know what I'm saying? So, oh, hang on, guys, hang on. Sorry. Yeah, like a rubber hat. I'm thinking, semidolo, a rubber hat, like a little, just a rubber, like a bowl. No, rubber. Oh, out of plastic. Yeah, the hat could be plastic. The hat could be plastic. But that way people can have different colors. Or it could come with the hat. You can paint it whatever color you want, kind of a thing. Because it couldn't be that difficult. But the matte black art studio is definitely what we were looking at.
I don't have a lot of patience for people.
Right?
Feel like they're downloading from the cosmos.
Oh wait, okay, a really simple shape mold for sure. You can lay. So here's the thing. We are perfecting this. Let me show you guys. Hang on. There we go. We're perfecting this. So the first company that I went to, now this is before somebody told me, we just chose, it didn't matter what color it was. Okay, we wanted to check a manufacturer. So we're going to a manufacturer that they make exercise balls, because they already make balls, to devise this.
Yeah, it's not about the ideas, it's about
From aged, right? No. So, Semidolo, a lot of people have asked me that, but here's the problem. When it becomes half, right? When it becomes half, it goes down way shorter. Okay. So I'm a pretty small person. So if I need to bring me up to here, okay, then maybe somebody who's bigger might need to go down a little bit because, you know, different size people. That's why we're going to have more than one size, right? But when you do that, you drop it considerably. Also, here's the weird part. So you're painting minis, so your arms are kind of coming in like this, right? Now look, when my arms go on the ball, the arms go down like that when you're relaxed the way you should be. If the ball were a half sphere, it would need to be enlarged to bring it up to the right level, and then it would get in the way of the arms. So now I do. There will be a base that is a rubber O-ring. Mind you, this one is flattened on the bottom because of how it's made. So it's going to be a rubber O-ring that goes underneath of it. Right? Oh, I have to explain that to mine all the time, Joe. It is rubber from aged. It is. And that's what keeps it so long also. So, but wait now. So then we had the density of it. It needed more give. Like you're talking about making pits for the hands. Well, if you made pits for Geek's hand on this ball, or maybe somebody is even bigger than Geek, maybe they weigh 400 pounds. That's going to be a really big hand. But then me, I can never find a glove to fit my hand because my hands are so small. So then what you've done is you've made a divot. Believe me, I've thought of these things. You make a divot too deep because you need it for a bigger hand. So what I did, and now this is too big, but this was a size they had available to test something. So this has less sand in it, okay? And you can put, notice, you can't do that to mine, okay? So you can put less sand and put it in an O-ring. A rubber O-ring will stick to the desk, okay? It will keep it from, now if it's filled with sand like mine, then you bang it and it goes flat on the bottom. But when it's not filled with sand all the way, it stays kind of round. That's a problem. So then the O-ring came into place. But then now this one, if you were big, say you weighed 400 pounds, maybe you weigh more. When you rest your hand, now this is too tall for me, okay? But when you rest your hands on it, it gives cushion right underneath the hand. It's perfect, but too big for me. So it needs to be a smaller. So then we thought, oh, wait a minute. Maybe there's sizes needed. But if it was inflatable and then you put your own sand in it, okay, you would actually be able to inflate the ball just exactly to the size that you needed it to be and put the amount of sand in it that is comfortable to you. Well, Art Studio, I will definitely keep that in mind. And it is because of my spine and so the broken shoulder, the fractured neck, and then the bottom of the spine that is degenerating, and basically the discs are misaligned. The disc is blowing. I had to do something, and this is what ended up happening. And I will, if you will private message me, Art Studio, I will, with your information, or I will send you my email, and then we can keep you in the email so that when this happens. Yes. I'm glad you like it. Captain Slaymore worked really hard on that to accommodate me. We are getting ready to go into the testing phases for the miniature holder here in the very near future. One of the problems I was actually having with manufacturing is they want me to send them my ball, but I can't paint without my ball. So we've been getting some test products. Now, what I found out from this is that if you put your own sand in it when it got there, then you could kind of, it just needs to be a little bit softer rubber, and then you could decide what size you need it to be for you. Now, this is not too big for me if my desk were a little lower. You see, so it also, that's a thing, it has to do with how high is your desk. You know what I'm saying? So my desk is actually higher than it needs to be. I have something underneath my feet, and my chair goes up very tall. The chair that I'm sitting in was custom made for my back and my hips because I couldn't sit in a chair and paint. In fact, when I first started this adventure, you might be interested to know that the very first physical therapy I took was how long I could paint. I couldn't hold a mini still. I couldn't hold a paintbrush to make a line. It was a mess. It was a mess. And I really seriously appreciate that art studio. I do. Thank you. Geek will be happy to know that, because we definitely are going to need distribution. It makes no sense to mail things from the United States, but we will need to definitely have partner locations so that it's not so expensive for people to get it. Yes, it definitely. Oh, well, so we're working on an improved design. Mine is, oh, solid. No, it's filled with sand, Bad Paint. It's filled with sand. In Discord Art Studio. Or you can just send me an email, Captain Madlove. Be sure you get the double D's, captainmadlove@gmail.com. Well, that was another thing, you guys. Do you know what they told me they wanted to do to fix my back? Just think about it. I'm sure you can guess. And I wasn't ready for that. I was like, no, if there's any possibility that I can improve the back structure without doing that, then that's what I want to do. Hang on, I think I can type here. Hold on just a minute. I said I wasn't, you sass. Oh, it doesn't want to, it won't pick up for me. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Can someone type my email out for Art Studio? CaptainMadlove@gmail.com. And then you can just take that and you can send me your information there, Art Studio. Yeah, he wasn't either. Bad Paint done worse. He wasn't. Joe, you are priceless. I love you. I love you. You are priceless, my friend. Oh my God. It's like, oh my God, I just realized what the double D stand for. Oh, that's priceless. Yes, so basically they wanted to take this all away because they said that that was the problem, but I proved them wrong. I'm not saying it doesn't, I'm not saying that it's not difficult on the problem. It's just that we managed to get around it. Yes, exactly. Bad Paint done worse. So by making one that is inflatable and devising some sort of a ring, or even you can totally just use a funnel to open the hole and dump your own sand in. We don't have to ship the sand anywhere. So you can just, it's just a deflated ball. It can just go in an envelope and it can go anywhere in the world, and we cut down the cost on it because your shipping is now lower. So the cost will now be lower. So more people would be able to get their hands on it. So that's what that was all about. Also, I liked the little bit of air in it because it gave some cushioning to the edges of my hands. So I really liked that. Not that I have too much problem right now. Oh, you sent me a text. Is that Dave? Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Oh, Misko, thank you for those hugs. I am. Oh, thank you. Did you just come in? Oh, wait, I've got my Ohana all sideways. Hold on, there we go. There you go. Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Now, if you just go there, Art Studio, and send me an email. Yeah, so the whole reason for the rubber collar versus plastic, like the rubber collar, is the expense, because there is already something out there on the market that is made that will suit it perfectly and is so inexpensive. Plus, it fits right in the envelope. Plus, if they bend the envelope or sit on the envelope or walk the envelope or play with the dog with the envelope, nothing inside breaks because it's rubber. It's all pliable. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, Art Studio. You take care of yourself. Thank you for popping in, really. And thank you for the pleasant conversation. This is true too. So in reference to, we could start it with one size collar and then make the collars different sizes if people wanted to raise it. No bad paint, done worse, but I will tell you this right now. If you'd like to link me that send me that information in the form of an email, I'd be very... Yes, I have actually owned 2 patents in my life. They never went anywhere, but I have owned 2 in my life. And if you would like to send me the information again, I will definitely look into it, because it is definitely something that the industry has really taken an interest in, and it has saved my painting career. Because I made this choice because when it first all broke down, they told me I was going to be disabled and I was not going to work again. That I just kind of needed to accept that, and I should choose like a really nice, comfortable hobby or a job. I couldn't even do a desk job. So it was really weird. So they suggested going back to college to learn something else. And who wants to do that? I mean, once you've done a few rounds in life, you're just kind of like, yeah, I don't know. I don't really want to start over again. So the doctor said to choose something that I had a really strong ability to do and to see about that. And it was actually Geek that decided I should start streaming. And soon enough, we discovered, after going to the doctor, and he's like, well, what have you been doing? Whatever you're doing, it's bad for your back. Good afternoon, Dragonheart. Hot for you. Thank you for showing up. Ohana means family. It is a work in progress, Joe. It really is. It is. It's one of those things that just takes a lot of research and a lot of finding the right places to do this. So it is a process. It definitely is. But the community seems to be showing a pretty strong interest in it. So I do feel pretty good about it. And I also do feel that bad paint done worse, I am not sure, because of the fact that similar items exist, but not the exact item. Whether or not combining 2 items, you could apply for that patent and have it be a reality. I don't know. But because, for example, the miniature holder that Captain Slaymore is working on is not eligible for it. So we'll have to just see where that goes. But especially if it was designed within like certain measures or out of a certain material or something like that. Maybe making one and then designing the improved one from that sort of a thing after I get all of the feedback. But definitely in the works. I'll tell you what, Dragonheart, you just got, oh my gosh, you guys, it's 4 o'clock already. So you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to call it quits, you guys. We are going to go raid somebody and give this love to somebody else. I have been streaming since 11, so I'm a little over the clock right now. Oh, did you? Bad paint done worse. Right. Yes, that's what I was thinking was the patent pending. Exactly. Exactly. That's a good idea. I've got powder all over my hands. Oh, well, bad paint done worse than we should talk. It is a long day. Yes, and I you know what? I actually came here to stream and I have a horrible headache, Joe. I do. Like, I'm serious. It's just like my head feels like it's gonna blow up. That is awesome. A bad paint done worse. Also, I used to be I used to service right for mechanics at a big repair facility and ran a junkyard. So although I was never a mechanic myself, I kind of grew up around it. All my dad's friends being bikers and lots of Harleys and cars in and out and stuff. Oh, I miss you guys. I miss you guys, Dragonheart. I do. You know, that is incredible. That sounds great because you know something, Bad Paint, the miniature holder that was designed by Captain Slaymore is going into I'm going to be using it and then testing it out, and I'm interested in finding out maybe about a patent pending for him as well. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Probably. Hold on. Let me take a look at other. Tongue-tied. Oh, Trash Panda, it was nice to see you out there, my friend. I hope you guys got something from this. I think that our volumes, as you can see on the and we're like down to the last, this will be the secondary highlight and then the first highlight, and we're going. That's true. That's true, because where brush is brush will be off in about 45, right? Isn't that 45? Let's see. Let us see. Oh, and there's so many beautiful things being painted. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Oh, Scooter, good night, sweetheart. Good night. Thank you so much for keeping me on the hydrate. I almost finished the bottle. It helps the headache too. I mean, it eventually. You guys want do you want to raid Mel? You know, I don't think I've ever raided Mel. We'll just go with Flo Shinobi. I don't think I've ever rated him. Like, 2 years been streaming. I don't think we cross-reference. Malev. Yeah, I have never I don't think I have ever rated him. So let's raid a new friend, you guys. Let's make a new friend, okay? What I do know about him is he is a really talented painter. Oh, also he raps while he streams. Not hardcore rap, but cool rap. Like it's different. It's different. It's not I'm not talking like hardcore rap. It's just kind of he bebops and sings a little. No, it's not. I don't have a headache. Simidola, I normally. Oh no, and now we're gonna Raven's hobbies. This is we're about to raid. I normally don't have a headache, Semidolo. We had family here for a week, and I've been doing a lot, and I think probably I may not have drank enough liquids over the weekend. Or maybe dehydration long term. Thank you so much for that raid. That's Solo Land. But Raven, thank you so much for that raid. We are just getting ready to raid somebody else. We are going to go, hold on just a minute. We are going to go raid Melv. I always call him Melv, but Shinobi. What shall we call him? Malev. Oh, Joe, it was so nice to see. Yeah, I'm gonna go work it on out. Hi, Scarlett. How are you doing? We were working on this guy today. You can see the progress that's been made. We got him like we're down to brass tacks now. It's gonna be that fine tuning. As you can see, we're just gonna get his hoses and some highlights, a little glow in the eyes, and the jewels, of course. I'm so sorry. I'm rating somebody else right now. I'm actually Oh, thank you, Wavy. Thank you. I'm actually over time by about an hour and a half from where I should be. Semidolo, it was so nice to meet you. Thank you so much for coming in. And as again, you know, let Jose know that I really appreciate the raid. I think maybe now that might be my second Spanish speaking that raided me, so I probably better touch up on that Spanish. Thank you very much. We're gonna go raid Malev. We're gonna go raid Malev. I don't think we've ever raided Malev, you guys. So let's make a new friend. Oh, thank you, Joe. Good night, Dave. I'm not, but I love that you raided me, and we're gonna go make a new friend is what we're gonna do. Every now and then, I think that's a good idea, and since I've never raided Malev, I think it'll be a good idea. And he's got, oh, it looks like he might be doing Star Wars, you guys. Is he? He is. He's painting Star Wars. Solan, oh, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you so much. And for all of you guys, so for all of you guys who are not following my YouTube, please go give the YouTube a subscription. The subscriptions are free, and I am working my way to 1,000. So I really, really appreciate all the follows from the raid. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and being viewers. I hope that you enjoyed yourself. Thank you for the really good conversation too. That's right. That's right. So let's see. Let me think if I have any events coming up. I do. I have one event coming up next month on the 15th. Ooh, when are we doing? Hold on just a minute. Let me take a look. My phone is right beside me, Dave. It's right beside me. Hold on just a minute. There we go. Let me see. June 18th. June 18th. Hold on. That's the next event coming up. That will be, we will be doing a co-stream with Love and Music. We are going to be painting monsters. I will be doing a lava monster. I have a rock golem, and I'm going to paint it into a lava golem. So that should be good fun. I'm not sure what Love and Music is painting, but that's the next event that is coming up. And so mark your calendars, mark your calendars. It's a little bit different time than our date night. We're doing that on a Friday night. I'm starting an hour earlier in hopes that maybe a few people from the UK might be able to stay up. Hello, noob. Hello. And welcome aboard. You are late. We are rating another person right now. You are late, noob, my friend. But that's okay. This is my early day. So that's kind of general. That happens. So I want you guys to know I really, really appreciate you all being here. Thank you for everything. This has been a really good stream. I have got so much done on this little guy. I'm really happy with the direction he's going, and I think the owner is going to be really happy with him. So between now and when you see me again, which today being Tuesday, that means our next meeting is Friday date night. I will see you guys then. And between now and then, please remember self-care. If you do not care for yourself, you cannot care for anyone else or anything else. And between now and then, because we have a huge love gallery coming up, grab some brushes, grab some paints, grab some minis, and get your fucking paint on. We are going to go raid Malev. I am ready to do this. Let's give lots of love and follows in the channel, you guys. It's got to count down. There we go.